The first topic is BIM standardization in Indian context, and what is the prospects and what is the challenges. And Dr. Amarnath CB is the best person to explain about this because he is running a non-profitable organization, which is India BIM Association, which is having its own roots here in India for the past more than 5 years, if I'm not wrong. And then they have done a lot of initiatives, and he has recently been part of a construction management group of BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard, and he is going to give more push towards standardizing the digital transformation or BIM, whatever which is happening in India. Yeah. Without further delay, I'm introducing Dr. Amarnath CB. He's serving as a head BIM strategy at Larsen & Toubro. Over the course of his career, he held in many positions in India, Taiwan, Spain, Italy, and UK. So he's got an all-round experience. He is playing an active role at several digital Build India initiatives. He is the founding president of the National BIM Society, which is called India Building Information Modeling Association, that focuses on digital transformation of Indian AECO sector. He is also a chairman BIM at the Governing Council of Focus, which is Forum of Critical Utility Services. He is serving as a principal member, Construction Management Sectional Committee, CED 29, Bureau of Indian Standards. He also serves as National Secretary at Forum of Human Rights and Anti-Corruption. He is serving as a member of Board of Studies at various universities, including Symbiosis, CEP, NIT, Trichy, and Surathkal, and many other abroad universities as well. Yeah. He holds PhD in establishing organization BIM strategies from National Taiwan University with 1 year exchange at Imperial College London. And he has got Masters in Global BIM Management from University of Barcelona. And then another master degree from Bangalore University in construction management. He has participated in few international conferences, published journal papers, many journal papers, book chapters in this area. He is focusing more towards global trends in BIM, digital twin and projects, lean and green BIM, BIM maturity, project BIM strategy, BIM education, BIM policy, open BIM, BIM legal, extra. He has established more than 45,000 plus connections in his professional network from 65 plus countries. He supports as a strategic advisor for national councils and forums for enabling digital transformation in Indian AEC sector through whatever affiliation which I mentioned before. He is coordinating with CII, BAI, IGBC, DERI, BAS, CREDA, IAA, COA, IEI, Focus, MO, HRD, MOH, and UD, and so on. Big list. You can get it from his LinkedIn page if I'm not wrong. And then he can be contacted through his mobile phone ID. And as I usually say, he is willing to connect with you all. Okay. Thank you. Without further delay, Amarnath, Dr. Amarnath, please take over.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Senthil, for a brief introduction. And I do believe that there are few audience who attended the session yesterday are also part of this today's session. And it's a early morning. I do agree that but today, trust me, you have a very good sessions, more on a standardization perspective. Once we have initial first session, you have further followed session on ISO 19650 and a few case studies also. So stay tuned. You have a very good topics to discuss today. And this is Amarnath. So I'll be giving a brief on the need for having national BIM standards. Well, you may have a question that ISO 19650 is already there. Why do we need a national BIM standards? And we will answer all these things in the Q&A. So this will, by having such national BIM standards, we'll be able to standardize the digital transformation in our AC sector. Yeah. So let us get into the topic directly. So before I pitch into the topic, first there may be new people who are attending the session today. First, they may need to know what is BIM, or why do you need a standardization for implementing BIM? Because many of us may think it's all about modeling, developing a model, adding the information, then why standardization is required. Here, if you can see in this figure, you have 7 stages. This is the same 7 stages from REBA, plan of work. And you can also have a different stages as what you feel is better. You don't want to have different stages, you want to combine them. But as an overall, first you need to plan, then you need to design, then you need to construct, then you need to hand over and operate. So these are the basic stages, which is very much important. And there's a lot of information flow which is happening from different parties involved in the project, right? But is that information flow is standardized in current way of working? No. If it is standardized, then there won't be any kind of data issues. Currently, we lose a lot of data during the project delivery, and BIM is used partially in the projects, not for the complete life cycle. And the data gets sunk in that stages when you are using BIM only for a design activity and then not using for the construction. Then construction drawings are used for construction phases. And even though you maintain a CD, but data is not properly aligned for the BIM model to the CD information captured and all, there will be a problem. And who is responsible for what data in the project, and when they have to update that, and how do you manage that data? It's all about information management. As I said yesterday also, BIM is all about information management. Well, in a traditional approach also, we do information management in a traditional way, having the CAD and other ways of documentation. But here you are having a little bit of smart way of managing the data. You have a model, you have all the components virtually visible, and you have the parameters and the documentation attached to the model elements, so that with no waste of time, you can directly get into the model, click on the any elements, and get to know any information with respect to that elements. And that is what BIM is going to add value. When we are not standardizing this data management, then you are going to face a lot of challenges for using the data at any point of the time of the life cycle. Maybe plan and design may be very limited time duration, but operations phase is going to take for another 4 to 5 decades or more than that. So you need the data, whatever has been generated during the planning or design or construction or handover or during other periods of operations. So standardization becomes very critical because this is a new way of working, and you have multiple types of projects. It may be for a building sector or infra or cities. You want to standardize the way of managing this data. Well, you also have ISO standards to support you to some level, but ISO 19650 is not fully developed yet also. And ISO 19650 is not a standard fully adopted in all the countries globally. If there are 200 plus countries in the market, maybe 30-40 countries are adopting it. Not everyone are completely aligned with it, and it's not a mandatory to go with ISO. And every country has its own perspectives and the needs, and which may not be directly workable for a global standards. So that's the reason we are having this topic of discussion today. So looking into this slide, you can see there are many countries where the BIM adoption drive has started. Roughly more than 30 plus countries where the BIM requirements are coming in, right? Initially, when you see, it was only limited to few countries where they have seen the BIM drive and they have made it as a mandate. But day to day, if you keep seeing, there's a new news on BIM which is coming in different countries, the BIM kind of requirements and some mega scale projects or from government mandated projects. From past 6-7 years, I do see that a lot of mandates. Even in the slide, if you can see, Hong Kong, it says Hong Kong Commission in place since 2014. Japan has its own guideline. Korea is it from 2012. UK is from 2016. France is from 2017, Scotland from 2017, Finland from 2007. Finland, if you can see, it's from 2007 itself. They have a Building Smart has launched a BIM standards, CoBIM. Russia from 2017, and Austria from 2015, Qatar 2017, Italy 2019, Chile 2020 recent, Brazil very recent 2021, Peru from 2022 they are planning to have that mandatory. Mexico from 2017, US from 2008. If you can look into this slide, you get a clarity on who are the actually front runners on standardizing and mandating BIM. I can see that easily Finland and US, 2007 and 8. Whatever we are saying about UK, Singapore, it's all recent initiatives. But way back a decade ago itself, they had that kind of standardization and implementations. Well, that noise is no more heard. It's only the one which is making more noise now is heard. So that's the difference. But if you look into the kind of standards which are from the US and Finland, and also looking into the Singapore and other regions, they're very well defined in terms of the key requirements of BIM in their countries. And if you go for some of these countries, they don't follow ISO completely for their projects. I hardly see ISO completely aligned with the overall global market. If I take something around 30 countries here, maybe 10 to 15 may be following that, not everyone. Well, why do you need to follow some standards? There's a question now. There is an ISO. There are multiple countries having the BIM standards. So why don't I take the US standards or an Australian standards or a Singapore standards? Well, it's already there. Why don't I follow that for our country? So what happens is the kind of scenario in those regions may be a little bit different from our country and the kind of projects we are dealing with, and the kind of ecosystem what we have to deliver the projects and the kind of organizations and their way of working are a little bit different from every country. That's the reason each of their countries have their own standards, right? So this will give somewhere insights on having at least when we can see Peru, Brazil, Chile, they're all recent initiatives on having the standardization. So why not? And also we see in our country, there's kind of mandates from some of the clients like airport authorities, public works departments, healthcare, metros and high-speed trains, and few other commercial and residential projects. So why not? We do have a local standards, which is very much workable for our region, rather than just following a combination of these things. What I currently see is many people take in here and there mixture of standards and they say this is our standard and they follow it. That's not going to help to have a proper ecosystem built. For example, when I'm saying a project, there are multiple organizations coming together to deliver a project. And if every organization have a different standard approach to deliver a project, then it becomes complicated for having a proper data management in the overall project life cycle for the client. So that's where the standard, local standard is important. Somewhere a national, global standards also can support on taking it further. So well, this is just to give an overview. BIM mandates and the kind of standardization is nothing new. And we are speaking this after 13, 14 years of what it has been initiated in other countries. Like just an example, Finland and US 2007 and 8 drive, and whatever other countries are like from 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22. There are many other mandates going to come in day out. And this gives us a clarity that many clients have realized the benefits of BIM and the way forward and why you have to go with BIM. If someone still have a question, why should I go with BIM? I think this should be able to answer you for why should we go with it. Second thing, why should we standardize it? Because you have multiple organizations coming into a project. Different organization, if they follow different standardized approach for data management, it becomes complicated for the data management as an overall project. And that's the reason you need a national standards which can support. Why not an ISO? Because in ISO, I don't think our country was completely involved in vetting it. It was just an observing country. And it's a very generic standard. Let us get into an ISO now. As we all know, this is one of the hot topics discussed these days. People say that I'm ISO certified. You need to get ISO certification for your organization, and these kind of conversations come in. This is initially, when I say about the global standards, the way it has evolved, I just want to give you a clarity. Initially, the British research establishments from UK have developed the PAS and BS standards for the UK BIM implementation. That is somewhere in 2015-16. Okay, even that is a new initiatives. Then further, see, it was more of a UK standards because of the 2016 mandate and people started following it. Then the BSI, British Standard Institutions, came into picture. Usually they are involved in the ISO standardization code developments. So they took the PAS and BS standards, and they invited different experts, leadership teams from different countries, maybe in 30 plus countries. And some of the countries were observers, some of the countries were participating to vet the code. And that code's, after vetting by a task force formulated, has become ISO 19650. If you look back the PAS and BS and ISO 1950, there's a lot of similarities. At least 70% of similarities, I can say it's already part of that. So this is more of a British standards driven by the UK, and it's a BSI, and ISO certification is one of the requirement when you have a global clients. And some of the global clients, if you want to have a standardized approach. For example, I'm going to work on a project where I have my partners for the project from multiple countries. Then it becomes a critical to have a global standards, because I cannot ask them to follow the Indian standards or follow some other country standards. So at that point of time, the ISO 19650 adds a lot of value. And when it comes to the local projects within the country, driven by several ministries, and many of the times it's a government-led projects, I don't think the ISO is a key requirement there, because it's about standardizing the way of implementation of BIM within the country and within the organizations within the country. So I think there is a requirement of the national standards or a local standards for better implementations at that side. So here, if you see the 1950, you have 5 series here, 1950 part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And also there's a new document launched by BSI, level of information. Previously, people used to use a term called level of information, level of detail. Level of detail is something like how detailed you can visualize your model. A level of information is like how detailed your parametric information is in the model. So they don't want to confuse more. So they brought in level of information, which has a combination of the model details and the parametric information. And again, the same law is not followed everywhere, or LOI, LOD is not followed everywhere. Every country has its own way of defining the LOI. Some people call it as level of information. Some people call it as information level. Some people call it as level of accuracy, level of detail. Different terms are used. It's not always 100, 200, 300, or whatever we see like that. It's a different perspective. So maybe when you're dealing with a global projects and having multiple parties coming from different countries to deliver that project, for standardizing such implementation and data management over there, ISO 1950 becomes very critical. So looking into these codes, these are the codes which I was telling. Part 1 was released, 1950 part 1 was released in 2018. 1950 part 2 also. And then 1950 part 3 recently launched. Part 3 and part 5 was recently launched in 2020 end, probably in December or so. And then 1950 part 4 is under development. And part 6, which is on health and safety, which is almost aligned with someone has not, I would request everyone to mute their mics so that it should not disturb others. So here's one of the slides, which will give you clarity on what are these ISO codes available. Part 1, which is on organization of information about the construction works, information management using the BIM. It's more on the concepts and principles. It's about what is BIM, how BIM, who coordinates on what, so on. So basic concepts, which you will be getting to know from part 1, which is common for any organization. For example, now I'm a design or a construction or a PMC or a contractor or a client, or so concepts and principles are very much common for everyone. When it comes to the part 2, which is about organizing the information about construction works, information management using BIM, it's a delivery phase of assets. When you're handing over the project, what kind of data has to be handed over, and how the data has to be managed during the planning, design, and construction, and then handover. That kind of thing. So this may be very much applicable for a design and a contractor and subcontractor organization. And then part 3, which is about organization of information about construction work information management using BIM, which is for operational phases, which is mainly for a facility management, which is very much critical for client and the facility maintenance organizations. ISO 1950 part 5, I'm just discussing about the codes which are already launched here. Part 5, which is for information management using BIM, especially on the security-minded approach, because all the data cannot be shared with all the parties. For example, it's related to the cost data. How would a contractor share its cost data to other parties or other maybe design organization? So there are different data within the model. Who has to share what and what has to be, how it has to be managed, all related to the security-minded approach on the information management. Part 4, which is about collaborative protection of information, because what is happening here is you are having multiple parties or multiple organizations collaborating and generating the information. How do they collaborate and develop this information, and which has to fulfill the employees information exchange requirements using COBE. COBE is something like Construction Building Information Exchange, which was an initiative by Bill East, and then followed by they made kind of standard templates, like what data should transfer from the design to construction team, construction to maintenance team. And there are different COBE sheets available. Then you can import that through the Revit models and so on. So it's about the collaborative production of information. Well, part 4 has to be launched. Well, these are the existing ISO codes. And looking into the national, let us go back 10, 12 years before. Like, as I said, 2007, 8, there are different countries started with the BIM standards. Well, this is one of the research which I performed, and I started collecting the different standards from different regions. I'm just showing you some of them. There are roughly 120 plus BIM standards available from different regions. Well, it won't be written as BIM standard though. Initially, when it started, the standards were like more of a organization specific standards. For example, I'm very much matured. My organization is very much matured in BIM. Then my organization will have its own implementation standards. People may call it as also BIM execution plan or whatever. So they had a standard approach in an organization specific. That is the kind of drive initially started way back in 2006, 5, 6, 7, up to 10. That kind of things came in, where different organizations have their own standards or standard approach of implementation of BIM. Then what happened is, since BIM became a common and the client mandates have started after that, then the people realized that national level standards are important, because when I'm saying a project, then there are different organizations within the country participating together for the information management. Then they started developing a national standards on BIM, so that any organization working on that project in that country can follow that same standards, so that the information management becomes much easier. That's how the National BIM Standards Initiative started in several regions. Roughly, if you can see from this slide itself, you have 15 countries where there are national BIM kind of standards available. So there, it becomes easier for them to follow BIM implementation and information management within their country projects, which is a kind of requirement of compliance within their countries for implementation. Okay. So if you want to get the access for these national standards, please do ping me. I can share you. There are 120 plus standards I have in each of these country folders. I will be able to share you. Maybe you want to explore. Some of them are in Chinese, Spanish, and different languages. But still, it would help you. Some in Korean and so on. So this is up to 2015, 16, and even now there are some countries having their own national BIM standard. It's not that, okay, initially national BIM standards, now it's only global BIM standards. Nothing like that. There is no mandatory to follow any standards if you are having a local, your local market projects. Obviously, it will be beneficial if you have a local standards to implement such things. So there are many countries still following their own national standards, and there are many other countries who are planning to have their own national standards even now as initiatives. India is one of it, to have a national standards plan now. So to bring that ecosystem in the global market, as I discussed in the previous yesterday's session also, like BIM initiatives are there in many countries, like 40 plus countries, there are 50 plus BIM forums. India BIM Association is one of them. We started in 2016, the same kind of mandates. The BIM forums also started forming in different countries. The recent ones are like Brazil BIM Forum, UAE BIM Forum, BIM for Turkey, Thailand BIM Associations, and many other forums are getting formulated. Day in, day out, I also hear from several countries that they are forming their own forums now. The main agenda to have such forums is to make that organizations have a common way of working, so that there can be digital transformation drive happen in those countries. And this is mainly to support that national initiatives. And we started way back in 2016, and many along with many other forums. And recently there are 40 plus which has come in, and there are many initiatives coming in down the line. So at the end, it's more about a global voice of the community and a local voice of the community to have a standard approach of certification, education, policy, standardization, implementation, services. It's all about that. At the end, it will boil back to the project and information management within that. So this is the list of countries where you can see the national forum with respect to their. And within India BIM Association, we do have a memberships for the individuals and professionals and the universities and the companies and XYZ. So you are welcome to connect with us. You can just Google India BIM. You find the association page. You have a membership details. You just need to download the application, fill it, and resend it back to us. Our board will review and get back to you with the further procedures, so that you can join the community of BIM professionals for several initiatives of your own. The key reason to have such the forum is to build that ecosystem. As I was telling, it's about building a connects between the industry, policymakers, and technology vendors, and also to provide such national standards, because no other initiatives understand better, not even any particular organization, like a companies understand the ecosystem society better than any NGOs. So being part of such national initiatives, we do understand what's happening in the Indian market with respect to the design companies, contractors, and policymakers, academia, and research, and the tech vendors. So we are working now as part. We are part of the Bureau of Indian Standards to work on the national BIM standards. So this initiative has started in the previous discussions with the BIS committee. And way forward taking to this, we will be able to support in standardizing the implementation of BIM for the Indian projects. It's not for the foreign projects. Again, if someone, the nearby countries, if they get influenced with your standards, even they may follow, like how we follow the Singapore standards and so on. So looking into the kind of BIM, many people, we believe BIM is actually a building. It's not a building, it's not a noun, it's a verb. So it's about adding the information. Let me get you back to the further big picture. It's more on a smart cities. So this is a GeoBIM maturity model, which has been published by Geospatial Media and Analysis after the detailed discussion. So when we say about smart buildings and infrastructure, the key thing is smart cities. You have a smart city, and smart city will have the buildings and infrastructure which should be smart enough. And it's all about information management, even at a built environment level. So looking at the kind of maturity, even when we say about standards, it should be helpful for the overall built environment implementation. And it should be supporting for different kind of projects, infra and building and cities. Just to give you a clear, some information on the kind of maturity levels on the way the smart cities are formulated in the country and the kind of delivery is happening. Like level 0 and 1 is like a very amateur way of delivering smart cities or anything on those lines. Or level 2 is more of a matured way. Level 3 is a sophisticated. Trust me, level 3 is nowhere ready yet. It will take its time, like how we have BIM maturity level 3. Level 0 and 1, if you see across the life cycle phases like surveying, plan, design, construction, and operation. So usually for surveying, people use traditional theodolite and chain total stations, CAD drawings and sketches and paper maps for planning, CAD/CAM softwares for digitized maps. And then for construction, you may be using traditional machinery, paper construction drawings. For operations, you may be using facility management spreadsheets in the amateur way. If it's at a level 2, which is like a matured way of delivering the cities, where you are having, for surveying, you are using scanning tools, remote sensing, EML for underground infrastructures. Plan and design, you may be using CAD and BIM. It's a partial CAD, partial BIM kind of situations. And with GIS also, it is getting utilized in 3D point clouds for the laser scanning. And for the construction, it's more of you're bringing in BIM and GIS data and GNS enabled mission control systems. And for operations, you are having CAD, BIM and GIS integrations. This is a current, what I understand is current smart cities in the market now in Indian sector. It's at level 2 kind of activities. Level 3 is where you're having for surveying, LIDAR, mobile mapping technologies, drones, GPR, acoustic locating. For plan and design, you may be using the digital twin model for the city level, where you have an integrated BIM. I will come to the topic of integrated BIM, not just GIS and Internet of Things. It's a combination of all these things with a digital twin at a city level, with a reality capture, bidirectional mixed reality designs. And for a construction, you have additive construction, 3D printing, prefab, modular construction, robotics, this kind of things. For operation maintenance, you again use the same digital twins and GNS enabled smart sensors and big data analytics. This is where the industry is looking to move way forward, and this is where is expected down the line in another 3 to 5 years when you say smart city. So why I'm coming to that topic? It's again, when I say about data management, it's not limited to just buildings or infra, it's at a city level. So when we say about a project, you have multiple departments which may play a role. It may be from a client organization, then the design, you may have a design, then you have a quality, safety, farm work, project execution teams, procurement and supply chain teams, tendering and contracts, planning and quantity surveying. So, well, BIM is for all of these people, and all of these people should be part of the integrated BIM projects. And all of these people are either utilizing a data from the BIM model or going to generate the data into the BIM model. And each of these people need to follow the standard approach for the information management. And that is the reason you need a standardized BIM guidelines for implementation. And looking in what kind of standards do we need? If you look into the global sector, you have very generic standards available each country, but it doesn't say about how to implement BIM in transportation projects, maybe highways, roadways, runways. How do I implement BIM for building sector projects like buildings, commercial residential buildings or healthcare or airports? How do I implement BIM for water treatments or water projects or power projects or nuclear and space projects or industrial projects, oil and gas? So even the ISO 1950 is very generic. It doesn't help you to get an understanding when I go deep dive into any particular type of project where the information management has to be done. So it becomes a challenge over there to accept any of the generic standards directly for a project specific implementation. That is where we want to make an impact and a difference when we were coming into the national standards development through the Bureau of Indian Standards. So this is the area of focus for us to get into the national BIM standards, where number one, for the local projects driven by the Indian clients, need a standardized approach for most of the parties coming together for project delivery, which requires national standards. Second, the ISO standards doesn't support you for project specific BIM implementations. Again, on that level, there should be some kind of research and development activities to be performed to provide a proper guideline for implementation of BIM. And followed by how do we support this for taking this initiative? That is the kind of activities going on now. So just wanted to give you some picture on these lines. I think Dr. Senthil, one of my friend, is going to take this session further with me. Senthil, should we have a Q&A later to the session, or how is it?
Yes, we can have a Q&A later after my presentation. Is it okay, Amar?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, right. Hi, good morning all. I'm going to take over this. This is a little different perspective. I mean, Amarnath being the Bureau of Indian Standard member, he has given his view. Can everyone see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. The slideshow now, is it fine?
Yes, sir, all good.
Okay, right. So it's a standardization perspective, and I take BIM as an example because digital transformation And the standardization on digital transformation is little more than just the BIM aspect, but I'll touch upon BIM a lot because that's where we have done a lot and we have progressed a lot, and we are at the level in which it requires some kind of a standardization, right? So this slide is not new to you. This is an old one which Professor Koshi in his yesterday's keynote address has mentioned, that what are all the emerging, most top 10 technologies which are going to take over construction. So you could see all these technologies, and these technologies are going to be interoperable to each other. For example, I do use my building information modeling, and then I do use sensor and 3D scanning, and I use the big data analytics from the scanner and from the sensing data, and I started visualizing using an augmented reality. I deploy my machines and drones in the site. It's kind of going to be an interoperable scenario which we are going to encounter in future. Yeah. And if you look at the current status of this, I'm sure that you might have seen this particular picture, islands of technologies. All these technologies are developed and and been implemented in an isolated way or in a silo approach. So when it comes for interoperable or its capability to talk to each other, we face always difficulty. This is about different technologies I am talking about. Okay, right. And then if you look at the impact and then the likelihood of some of these technologies, it is all clustered around at this particular point. Like you could see that, let me use the pointer. Yeah, you could see that in this, BIM is there way beyond all other technology. It is extremely likely and it is going to have a higher impact in our this thing. And then next to is a prefabricated building components. And as well as we have got other IoT and all those things are following. Now, if you look at this particular region, we've got so many other technologies which are going to come and then talk to each other. So if you don't have a standard, each and every technology which has been developed with its own silo mindset may not be interoperable, may not be possible to get the full benefits of the digital transformation. That's where there is a need for a digital technologies. As I said, this 10 potential technologies are going to be a new normal to the construction, and these are all the timeline that you can have. By as Amarnath said, by next 10 years, you could see that all these technologies are going to be there in our site, right? So if you look at one of the technology, which is, for example, BIM, let's take BIM. If you take BIM or 3D laser scanner or any other technologies, you would see that there are nexus of actors which are going to play. So these actors may be a process, this actors may be a tool, or this actor may be a rule, this actor may be a physical artifact. All those things are going to be integrated in a model, which contains information, and that information has to be exchanged to each other. Okay, so I take this particular depiction of activity systems by Engstrom. It's called an activity theory approach. The activity theory approach divides any system into 6 main components or 6 main classifications. This is a technology adoption model. Okay, so whatever technology that you adopt, there will be a tool. There will be participants who are using that technology, which is subject, okay, which is the project team member. And there will be an objective to use this tool. So for example, if you are using BIM, then you say that, I'm going to manage all my information effectively. And if you are taking a 3D laser scanner, you may be saying that, it's a non-invasive measurement that I'll take, I can collect it within a fraction of a minute or whatever it is. Okay, or if you take a predictive analytics, that's again the tool. You may say that I can predict what is going to happen in future, most likely with the probability or whatever it is. So that's the tool. and whoever is using is a team member, is a subject, and we have an object, and we have roles defined to achieve this object among the team members. Okay, there will be roles which will be created. For example, if you take BIM case, now information manager is another new role, or interface manager is another new role, or BIM manager, BIM coordinator, BIM modeler. All these things are new roles which are generated out of an introduction of a uh, new tool. And we also have a community of practice, the players, like our industries, okay, gas, oil and gas industry, water industry, infrastructure industry. I mean, different industries are also going to be, utilizing all these tools, whatever tools that we are talking about. And then the most important thing comes, which is rules. The rules are nothing but what are all the contractual obligations that we have to put forward by introducing a new tool. Okay, what are the norms? What are the legislation that we need to follow? Because previously the architect used to keep his IP, intellectual property rights of a design, within himself. Right now, by giving it to a BIM model, uh, assume that the contracting firm also has a partner, company in Australia, and the architect is a local architect here. So the architect designed a particular building. What is a guarantee that this guy can take the design intellectual property or design concept from this particular project and then use it in Australia, right? So that kind of issues and other things will come. So that's where the legislation, contractual norms, and other things will come. Okay, right. So this is a particular depiction of the two aspects that we are in context with the today's lecture, which is the rules and the community. So when it comes to community, the players, the statutory bodies, the government and users, uh, something like India BIM Association, so all these are coming into this because they have an influence to generate these rules. Okay, so when it comes for rules, we have got different formal rules. For example, I'll give you, when we talk about issue resolutions and other things using a common data environment, which you will be seeing tomorrow during my presentation in our project. The Central Public Works Department has mentioned that no, we have got our own ERP system. We have to input all these values in that ERP system, and we have to maintain a hard copy report of all this RFIs and other things. But we are talking about digital transformation, right? So we wanted the whole project data to be digitally recorded, digitally accessed, and digitally managed. So this is a kind of a conflict of an existing system or existing rules or conditions of contract with the introduction of a new tool. Okay, and another important aspect is how it is going to be rewarded, because if a company who is going to buy a BIM software and then other ecosystems, for example, the systems which are of high capacity or deployment of people who are of high value or high in demand when it comes to BIM modeling or BIM managing. So these things are going to have an impact in the contract, right? Because you always select an L1, but the L1 might have not considered this. Classical example is, I don't want to name the contractor or someone. A contractor backed the contract by becoming an L1. I mean, the least bid person. That contract was mandated with BIM. However, the contracting company hasn't taken into account what is going to be an extra cost for implementing this technology or BIM or common data environment or whatever it is. So finally, when it comes for implementation, the contractor is behaving like a miser. I mean, he is not willing to invest in technology to get the maximum benefit out of it. So as yesterday, Professor Peter said, in the afternoon session, if one link of the supply chain is weak, means the full potential benefit of implementation of a tool is not going to be realized, right? So that's where we need the guidelines and other things, because if we have a guidelines and other things, or we have a contract conditions which are enforcing the contractor to perform whatever way that we want, whatever standard that is required, then it becomes much easier for the implementers to implement it. Okay, so these are all some of the things that we need to consider before we get a maximum benefit out of any technological intervention. And then there are informal rules. That is what which we are actually encountering in our project, because we don't have any of the standards and modified conditions of contract or modified requirement, quality standards and other things. No, we don't have anything. We are following an informal rule which is localized to our own project, and there is a risk in that. The risk is, if we follow our own rules, tomorrow somebody comes with the standards and then they demand a different format or a different way of representing the information, then we will be in trouble. We cannot use it for the future's need. I mean, as Amarnath said, most of these information collected during this development period is going to be applied or utilized during the operational stage. And this construction is going to take place for 3 years maximum. But its usability, the data which is generated during the construction, is going to be used for minimum 30-40 years. Right? So this is where there is a need for a standard or a guidelines which comes into play. Right? Just to give you a small input or small thought process, if you look at BIM players, BIM is not a software again. These are all BIM tech vendors, I mean software vendors. They have got their own products. Okay, so they have got their own product and they have got their own native file system, and all these files, different files generated by different consultants. If you look at our project, we have got 2 different contractors, 2 different consultants. Okay, and then we have got our own regulatory agencies. They want the project detail in a particular format, and one of the architect releases his drawings and other things, models in a particular format. So we need some kind of a vendor neutral format, so that this format is going to talk to all these different vendors. So when I talk about vendor neutral, the format or file format, whatever which I'm going to get as a model, as a BIM model, can be utilized in any of this particular vendors tool. Okay, so that's where we need kind of standards. So why we standardize? This is a particular depiction that you can see. I mean, if you are, this is something like our project. Our project, typical project. We are, everybody has their own information standards, information formats. So when somebody is asking an information to another person will get the information, but not the preferred format of himself. So the format is different. So when the format is different, say if I'm representing my format X cross Y, X direction cross Y direction, but the other guy is more comfortable, I mean, in terms of representing X in X direction, Y in Y direction. The guy may not be actually able to find it obviously on the drawing. He'll search for information where this dimension is, because I typically represent this dimension in X bar Y. But here it is represented in a different way. Instead, if you have something like a standard format or standard rules which is applied for collecting all this information, then you can easily see where the problem is, who is below the par, and where the improvement is required and all those things, and you can easily take out all this data. Okay, so that is the need for a standardization. As he explained, Amarnath explained, BIM is going to be, I take BIM as an example. Okay, this is applying for all the technological intervention or adoption or digitization, I would say. So if you look at this, from concept till the renovation, application exists. And the information generated during this stage is going to be even useful at this operation and maintenance stage. For example, if I lay a pipe fitting and I wanted to replace after 20 years, I should know what is this pipe fitting and whether the pipe fitting can take the load above it. What kind of a design assumptions that I have made. All those details has to be captured as a metadata in the BIM model so that it can be utilized for operation and maintenance. Okay, so as I said, it's the whole process and the whole activities, whatever which you are trying to do using digital tools. You can see all these digital tools. So for example, in this you can also use laser scanner, you can use a predictive analytics, you can do a simulation and other things for coordination. That's where the clash detection and other things come. So maybe you have your own design model, but the shop drawing is, or shop drawing level model is different because there is a clash which has been identified because one of the vendors tool or equipment got different new model or whatever it is, so it requires a little bit more space, so I have to change it. So all these things are going to be simulated and then stored as an information. Okay, right. So if you ask anyone who is involved with the information management or a perspective of a whole life cycle of a building, they would definitely say that standardization is the gateway to the digital transformation. If I'm saying that I'm transferring all my data into a digital form, then I have to standardize it, because there is no use if you don't standardize the digital data and then use it, keep it in your library and then use it later. That becomes a chaos, as I showed you. And when you look at the standardization, there are clearly two distinct classifications. One is the process standardization, how you are going to perform the work, how you are going to perform the collection of data, and how the data is going to be collected. So one is the data itself, how we are going to standardize it. The other one is how we are going to collect the data that is in a standard format. Okay, so process standardization and data standardization, these two are required from authorities who are competent enough to do that. So if you look at one of the recent exercise which is done by European committees, committee who is looking after the European standardization, of BIM. So they come up with, okay, what is the concept that we are going to adopt? See, they finalize that, okay, we'll go for a BIM, which is in terms of say level of details is our class that we are going to define. And with that, what are all the data model looks like, how the data model has to look like. For example, if I'm defining a door, what are all the data which I require? A dictionary of how the data, data means you have XYZ coordinates, and then other metadata is what is the material type, what is the strength, and what is the manufacturer, what is the warranty, all those data, how it is going to be structured in the model. So this is the level of that data, okay? And how it is going to be collected, which is the rules. So these are all some of the things that you need to explore if you try to standardize your technology intervention or anything. Okay, so this is the place where you have got all this national BIM guidelines and all those things will come, and this is the place where the technological vendor has to look at it and then try to align their formats which can talk with all this vendor neutral formats. IFCs, I'm sure that you know about IFCs. IFCs are developed by Building Smart, and it's kind of a standard worldwide standard of representing the building component elements, industrial foundation classes. And if you look at all these countries who are the forerunners, the top 5 countries with the highest BIM adoption, they all have their own standards which has been well established. Okay, and the countries which are significantly adopted also has their own standard which are coming up. So if we try to significantly adopt BIM or any other technologies, you definitely need a standards. So these are all other BIM standardization agencies which are in different countries. So USA, you have got US General Services Administration, GSA, and then National Institute of Building Sciences, NIBS, they have got NBIMS, National BIM Building Information Model Standard that they have. These two agencies. And UK, you have got so many agencies. UK government has mandated it, and UK BIM task group they have formed, and you have got AEC UK committee, and you have got BSI. That's what ISOs and PAS. Previously, it was PAS 1192, and ISOs. This Amarnath has just mentioned, and they are ruling the whole industry to an extent, I could say. Yeah. And then you have got other countries where different agencies. I mean, this table has been depicted for you to get an idea that BIM standard not necessarily has to come from one agency. It can be a BIS, or it can be other professional agencies. Okay, so there are other agencies which BIS can formulate and then specific to this and then come up with this thing. For example, CPWD can form their own agency and then come up with their guidelines and standards. Okay, so I'm just giving you thoughts. And what is the challenges? Challenges is something like we have less awareness and less readiness, I would say, because as I think Amarnath said yesterday, that most of the tertiary education or institutes are not having BIM as a subject or a course. And whoever is studying BIM as a subject, as a course, is studying this as a tool, as a software, not as a philosophy, or not as a method or means through which it has been utilized for the betterment of the industry. So that's something which we have to think about it, and then we have to act accordingly. As he said, it is context specific. We have to investigate the context, Indian context, and come up with standards which are going to be very much interoperable among the Indian ecosystem. Okay, that completes my presentation. Thank you. And any questions, you can post it towards me as well as to Amarnath. Yeah, I'm going to close my laser pointer. Yeah, I'll stop sharing. Yes. Any questions? You can unmute and then you can ask, or otherwise you can type in the chat window.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
I am Venkatesh, a PhD scholar in NITK.
Okay.
So I'm very much in, from the 2015, I'm interested in doing the research in BIM. At the time of MTech, like we don't have enough knowledge. The guide requirement or something, support system is not there. So that's why again going for the PhD for doing the research on BIM. So here is, we are saying, you are saying that contract conditions we made in the contract document. So without standardization, if any dispute arises between those two parties, can legal support will get so without standardization? Yeah.
Yes, I'll give you a piece of information. What we have done in our project, we have mentioned this as one of our conditions of contract. No, you have got contracts, which is general condition and special conditions. I put it as a special condition in our project. Okay. For example, one of the special condition in our project is to have the BIM with particular details, whatever EIR, project information detail, and all those things. Okay. All those things we have mandated it. I'll show you one of the document that we have, which is, I think I have it here. Let me pull out that. Just give me a minute. We have a BEP. Just trying to find it out. I'll share my full screen. Okay. So what we mandated is, I'll show you. Just give me a minute. Let me take out my, yeah. Okay. Right now, I think I can share. Yeah. Can you share my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes,
So
sir.
this is kind of an execution plan that we demanded from the contractor. So as a special condition, I mentioned that this is what we require from you. Okay. For example, we have got a processes, something like, I'll show you the process. What is the goal of our implementation? What is the scope of work for the contractor? How the team should be? who takes the responsibility, okay, and what is the level of development required, and how the model has to look like. I'll show you one by one. See, these are all. What is the input that we are giving as a client? What is the output that is required from you? Okay, and then see, we can have how the flow is going to happen for this particular project. Okay, and then we have got different standards as with what it is mentioned in the standards are all these details. How the clash has to be reported, how the coordination has to be done. So typically what we did is we borrowed some of the concepts from different standards, and then whatever which is suitable to this particular project, we have generated our own bespoke conditions, right? And then we live with that. As Amarnath said, even without standards, you can still implement BIM, but you need to have expertise. You need to have expertise in the project team so that it becomes materialized. Okay, the standards are something which is giving a guidelines for somebody who is having elementary or a tertiary knowledge in implementing BIM. Suppose if there is no standards on something, then you may have an expert who can actually generate one for your project and then execute it. Conditions can be made or outlined in your contract so that you can have all the things. I'll show you other thing as well. So here it is giving a standard for the contractor how the model has to be color coded for the MEPF work, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire work. Okay, so this is an example I'm giving you that you can still implement and you still have a legal coverage because you have got your own condition which mandated the contractor to perform the way you want. Yes. Yes, there is one more. Sorry, there is one more. Okay, Amarnath, you wanted to add?
No, I wanted to. There is a question in the chat box. I just wanted to tell on that.
Yeah. Can we get a copy of this BIM process implementation? Process implementation is a document owned by our contractor now. Okay. I have to get contractor's permission to circulate it to you. Otherwise, you can have if you just Google BEP BIM execution plan, you have got multiple documents, and I can share you one of the other document, not our project document, other document, because our project document require some level of permission to share. Okay. Amarnath, you wanted to add something?
No, based on the questions, I can address them. If there is any question from the audience.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? Venkatesh, did I answer your question?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm asking that what are the conditions that we make in the for the BIM if it is not failed to implement that your goal? So what kind of claims or something like that?
Okay. So if it is
not
failed,
well.
that is where we require contractual conditions or modifications on the contractual conditions. We put whatever which we wanted to have. I mean, we put something like, okay, within 45 days, if you haven't completed the model with this much of a level of detail, Amarnath has mentioned about level of detail, right? So these are all the details we require in your model. If you are not completing it, then you will be incurring a kind of a penalty or whatever it is for every week of delay and all those things. Okay, so that can be added in your contract. But if there is a standard CPWD terms, then we could have actually just borrowed it and then plugged in. That is where the standardization comes into picture. Without the standardization, we are having a little more job to actually add all those conditions in the contract.
Yeah,
Yes.
further to Dr. Senthil, I think if you are worried about how that implementation can happen, I would say Plannerly is one of the company which can help you to develop that BIM execution plans. And it's very handy. You just need to open that and just revise the template as what you need, then you can be able to develop any standard SOPs for your projects. I just shared the link also on the portal. And there's a next question: at what stage are we as a country in terms of standardization of process like done up to level 1, 2, 3? Many companies are at level 0 yet. Few companies are at level 1. Level 2, only few projects in a companies are at level 2. Okay, not company at a level 2. Level 3, okay, there is no level 3 yet in the market in the global sector, so it may take few years. So if someone is saying level 3, then I think they have not understand that levels yet. So many of them are still at level 1. They are moving towards level 2. That's what is my understanding.
Okay, as Amarnath said, I mean, level 2 is common, and level 3 is you can see in some projects abroad. That's it. I mean, very signature projects. That's it. And how effective is BIM in design phase? Yes, you can realize a lot of benefits during design phase using BIM. And if you go and then ask any of our CPWD engineers who are housed in our, we have got around 20 plus crowd in our campus, the campus construction project, which you can see in the background. We are constructing our campus. So 500 acres. Tomorrow, if you attend the lecture, you will see our whole campus, descriptions and all those things. Yeah. So if you go and then ask them now that, I mean, is it okay to, go back to the CAD? The team I'm talking about, the team, whoever is sitting here, I am confidently saying that they'll say no, we'll stick with them, because the amount of benefits that they realized is tremendous now. So I'm sure that they'll also take it forward in their future projects.
So one more question, actually, I'm facing this every day. So can we have supported training institutions to get implementation of this BIM? Actually, I tried to attend some of BIM training institutions. While going there, they are more focusing on the data generation, not for the data management. Even they are not field experience. There is doesn't have field experience also. So while after entering that, I bit confusion about the BIM actually. So that kind of situation. What are the trusted institutions that we can follow for the BIM training?
It depending upon the role that you are aiming. Suppose you are aiming for a BIM modeler role, then those institutions are sufficient enough. Suppose you are aiming for BIM manager or information manager or interface manager, then organizations like, I think Amarnath has one. Not Amarnath. Amarnath is associated with one of the what is that? BIM crew, right? Amarnath?
Yeah.
BIM crew. And then we also have in India a BIM association. Very frequently we used to conduct sessions and all those things. If you register with the India BIM Association, I hope you can get more out of that particular organization. So that is one. And then we have got other abroad universities and other universities where BIM is being taught as a master's course as well, in which it's not just a modeling aspect, it is the holistic philosophy of building information modeling. Yes, Amarnath, you wanted to add?
No, not much, because when you're looking into BIM, as rightly said, the three areas like technical skills and managerial skills and strategic skills. So you have to look into what is the kind of area of focus for you. So that will really help you to align your way forward. Just not directly pitching to any software solution learning, but step back and look into the overall perspective of BIM, where you really want to be in that BIM journey in a project. That will help you to plan out your way forward and align your capabilities on that. Today, there are some solutions which are not used much in the Indian market, but very well versed in European market. But if you just start using them, you can still deliver a lot of small and mid-scale projects as a consultant itself. So it's all about understanding that overall data management, what technologies are available, and how do I go with it. The only difference would be interface with different technologies.
Yes. If there are no more questions, then we can wind up. If you have any questions, please do post it to us. And I have my email ID in the website, institute website. Otherwise, I have given two of our research scholars mail ID. And if you have any doubts, you can also write to Dr. Amarnath, and please visit India BIM Association website, and you can get more out of it if you want to know more about this one. And as Amarnath said, he's a resource person. I mean, you can get answers for everything. You know, if he doesn't know it, he'll at least show you the direction where you have to travel. So for those things, I think you can contact Amarnath. And different software, how can we bring them together for assessment?
Question
That's what I said, standardization, data standardization or open BIM, industrial information classes, IFCs, the data vendor neutral formats. When for example, in our project, we deploy Revit, but when we ask client in the BEP, we mentioned that we have to have IFCs. Okay. Yes, I mean, that's what Amarnath also mentioned in the chat box. So we asked them that, okay, you submit the file format, not an RVT Revit file as well as IFCs. Okay, so that's where we can, interoperable from one tool to the other tool. You're rightly asking the question because, our vendors are having a different tool, or other parties, other stakeholders involved in the project may use different tool. So how am I going to use, how that other tool is going to read my project data in the way that I have developed, or in the way that they are going to ask? These two are different if it is not standardized. That is the reason for this particular talk. So we have to standardize it so that these two are going to be talking to each other. And we asked vendor neutral format so that it becomes much more easier or interoperable among the different platforms or software vendors tools.
Yeah, and if someone is very much focused on having you have your own startups, or you want to support for small and mid-scale companies, you can also focus on these software vendor solutions. They're very, monthly subscriptions, like 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees. They have solution for life cycle on open BIM platforms like ACA and so on. So that may be one way for you to look into SME sector, which there is no much of BIM yet in the market.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we can wind up because there is no more question in the chat box, and you can take a break of 15 minutes. If you want to log out and log in, it's fine. Or if you are wanted to be here, you can be here. Our campus architectural walkthrough, the model architectural walkthrough is going to be played by one of the scholars. If you
Yes,
want to
sir.
see how our campus will be looked like after say 5 years, you could see that. It's just a model walkthrough, you can see. And and please fill the feedback, and all the very best, and thank you so much. I'll be joining in the afternoon. I hope my other colleagues can take over the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Senthil, and for the audience. See you again.
Yeah, thank you, Amarnath.
Welcome back to everyone for the second session today on standardization. This is Amarnath. You're listening to Amarnath. I was one of the speakers for the previous session. Senthil has some work to do, so I'm just handling this session to introduce Mr. Pawan Kumar. So this session will be focusing on introduction to ISO 19650, which is very hot topic in the current market now. Obviously, Pawan will give a brief on what is this ISO 19650, what are their series, and what is the way forward for standardizing the projects using 19650 and so on. Let me give a brief introduction about Pawan Kumar. Pawan Kumar is a digital transformation strategist and currently working as an assistant professor in Visvesvaraya Technological University, and is also an active member of India BIM Association. He graduated in civil engineering and he has a post-graduation degree in geotechnical engineering from BEC Bagalkot. And he is also a digital transformation strategist at BIM Crew, and is also volunteering for national initiatives at India BIM Association. His research interests are foundation engineering and BIM. Probably from past 3-4 years, he has a very much deep activities on building information modeling, and particularly on the areas like digital transformation strategy, standardizing the BIM implementation, BIM maturity and its adoption, these areas. And one good news is he is joining for his PhD in the computer aided engineering division of National Taiwan University for his research in BIM, focusing on a strategic lines. And I don't know how many of you know this country called Taiwan. And there's one good university called National Taiwan University, which is one of the leading research for BIM in the global sector and ranked among top 60 globally. And I like to thank Pawan for getting this opportunity. And he has got a Ministry of Education scholarship for complete PhD research for the next 4 years here. So taking further to the discussion, Pawan, I like to thank you for joining hands with us for this session. And I believe it will be very much informative for all the audience today present in the session. Yeah, keep watching. And Pawan, it's go ahead for you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And before we start on introduction of ISO 19650, I would like to mention that the previous session has clearly defined, has mentioned that why do we need standards in the first place, and what standards give an impact in the task that we are performing. And many issues were addressed in the previous session that encourage of having standards, especially in AEC sector, where we are producing a lot of data and we don't really give a lot of importance to managing it and at the same time producing it as well. So for the next half an hour, we will be discussing on introduction to ISO 19650 in an overall perspective. So I hope the screen is visible properly and my audio is proper. So by this time, all of you do understand what BIM is, right? But at the same time, I would like to give my perspective towards it. I have met many people, many of them are like, we are going to use lots of sophisticated softwares, right? And at the same time, we are basically focusing on maybe a tall super structure, skyscraper, because a building is, the name itself is in the entire term. So I would like to focus on the first term, that the building is, right? So this is not as a noun, obviously as a pronoun. Instead of building, we can say we are constructing something, right? And we are going to discuss what something is about, because that something is very important in this entire ISO 19650 series. So building as a verb, we are constructing something. So next term would be our information, right? That's something. So information is what we are focusing, right? In the context of BIM, it's in essence, you can say, information every decision that you make is based on the data that you collect, and if you give a proper structure to it, and that data turns to information. So information is way too crucial, and it can take many forms, right? Maybe we can have it in forms of drawings, construction details, technical specification, budgets, and more on that, right? We can have information in many forms, and at the end, we're going to build a structure digitally that is filled with lots of data, right? And that will give you a proper model. So that's how we are going to see building information modeling. So it's more like a constructing the information, and at the end you're going to have a model. So that's how we're going to see a building information model, and in context of ISO 19650 series as well. That's how they define, that's how the documents define what building information modeling is, right? So now story so far, right? Till so far, what like how this entire ISO standardization of local standards in UK started. So we are starting from that. Maybe it dates back to 2011, where the government came up with a report for the government construction client group, right? So basically, this report literally triggered the adoption of BIM at a national level in the UK. So what they have come up with is that since it's showing its efficiency, so many other countries joined hands, started using information standards that are limited to UK, that are national standards. So this quite made a lot of noise around BIM. So from that point onwards, BIM started to gain a huge efficiencies wherever it's implemented, and it literally focused a lot on information standards. And to achieve that efficiency, we are going to use lots of technology and processes, and we have many people involved into it. So that's there, right? That's where this report started a huge maybe a key point in standardizing the local standards that are present in UK. So having that said, so currently we have got a couple of parts in ISO 19650 series. The first part is about concepts and principles that are implemented throughout the entire series. So basically, the first part is like more like a general concepts, right? Fundamentals for rest of the documents, like parts, right? So these are concepts and principles which covers all the basic ideas. Why do we have the standards at first place, and how we are going to implement on the ground. And if you try to look at this, we have a part 2. This is focused on delivery phase of an assets, right? We'll discuss from what point to what point we are going to consider it as a delivery phase or an operational phase or something like that. So part 2 is focused on delivery phase of an asset, and part 3 and 5 are recently released. And part 3 is focusing on operational phase of an asset, because we have produced a lot of data during delivery phase. That is since start of assessment and need to the project closeout, we have developed a huge amount of data when we're considering the project, and all of that data can be used during its operational phase, right? How does it affect the operation of an asset? So that the part 3 is entirely about an operational phase of a physical asset that organizations would love to have. And the part 5 is about a security mind of approach, certain portion of this is discussed in the first session, like how do we secure the data that we have, and how do we manage it without being misused. So it's about that. So currently we have these 4 ISO documents, and fourth one is underway. We don't have much updates on that. So these documents earlier in UK were like a pass publicly available standards 1192 series, right? So there were those documents in UK. So a couple of organizations like CDBBI and BSI and ISO came together to make it, basically this entire series is an internationalization of UK standards and more generalization of the AEC sector around the globe. So after all of these, many countries were using pass documents specifically for UK market. So many companies were using those pass documents, and now they feel difficulty in transition, right, from transforming from UK national standards to ISO standards. So with respect to that, what they have come up with is that transition guidance as well. So we're going to see about them as well. So basically, if you try to look at ISO 19650 part 1, this is more like a concepts and principles. You're not going to have lots of steps to follow or specification kind of description in this documents. We are very, like you would find, should, right, recommendation throughout the documents. And it's not a BIM standard, right? It's not a BIM standard. We are focusing on information management standard when BIM is used in the project, right? So we are basically talking about information standard, and we'll discuss like how this information standard links with building information modeling in further slides. And it's not really about 3D modelings, parametric like modelings and objects. We're not really speaking about the softwares that we get see from many vendors. So it's not really about modeling thing. It's more on a information management when BIM is used in the construction. So when we say like part 2, right, this document is specifically written as a specification. Like you get to see lots of steps to follow, right? Maybe during a tender process, what are the steps that we need to consider when we are speaking about information management, right? Maybe we are presenting a post BIM execution plan. So what are the steps we are going to consider? What are the tasks that we need to have ready? What is the checklist, and how we are going to develop lots of TIDPs and maybe eventually MIDP and all that stuff, right? So this document specifically gives you a step-by-step procedure to go with, like how do we proceed. And there is no mandatory, like as we have discussed in the session 1, right? There is no mandatory that you're going to follow these steps. So these are the recommended ones, and it has shown lots of efficiency when it comes to past documents as well. So more or less, like most of the concepts and principles are taken from the past documents in the UK market, right? So it's all the roots are in the past documents. So we get to see lots of similarities between past documents and ISO 1950 series, entire series in all the parts, part 1, 2, 3, 5, right? So that's about focusing on delivery phase of an asset, right? Now what we have is part 3. Again, it has got lots of steps to follow, focusing on operational phase. 5th is about the security, right? So these many documents that we have, and all of them are replacing their previous past documents, like past 1192 for part 2, 3 and 5, right? So past 1192 part 4 is still in existence, so that's not been replaced by ISO series. So as I mentioned earlier, like many of the companies, people were using those past documents, so they were finding difficulty in transition to ISO documents. So for that, the ISO has published, basically the BSI, the national body of UK, has published many guidance documents for that helps you to transit from past documents to ISO documents. So we get to learn a lot of stuff about ISO documents from these transition guidance, because it has got lots of visual diagrams on how do we transit, like how do we take from past documents to ISO documents. So we're going to discuss on that. So guidance documents, if you look at it, like we have got on top, that's the first part of guidance, which covers an entire holistic approach towards rest of the documents that we have, right? Part 2, 3, 4 and 5. And we have specific task documents. For example, if you are looking only for information management functions, like how do we assign functions to the relevant party, right? We have guidance on that. maybe we are discussing on open BIM, right? Maybe on that we have guidance on that as well. And another important mm, part of this ISO 19650 is that the implementation of common data environment. Like there is a slight difference that we saw in previous national documents, that is PAS 1192. Now there is a slight changes which brings lots of efficiencies when we implement these common data environment as suggested in these documents. We have another set of documents that ISO 19650 series proposes. That is information requirements, very crucial one, because asking the right question is way too important when we are considering information management. So those questions we are going to discuss, like what are the different types of information managements and how do we develop them, what does it speaks about. So tendering and appointments, where we have got lots of guidance on those topics, and at the end, information delivery plan, where we are going to make this discussion slowly, gradually moving towards BIM execution plan, how we are going to deliver the information, right? So these are the guidance documents that are present, and we can have a look at these documents. That helps a lot. So now what we see, right, is the problems. So I think that would be a good approach to look at it. So many of us have gone through all of these statements, like we don't have that information right now, right? Maybe I need a time to find that piece of information on this, right? We don't have enough data. Maybe the data is produced, but we don't find it now, or it's missing. Too much clashes, right? We are producing the same data multiple times. That consumes a lot of time, right? So when we have this chaos around the data, we find it difficult to manage the information. So all of this consume a lot of time. When we are consuming a lot of time, obviously we're running out of budget as well. So we are going to we have all of these problems, and when time is consuming because of it, right, we are using a lot of time, we are running out of time. So that means we are running out of budget as well. So if you try to reduce these key problems, if you try to focus on these key problems, then there is a better chance that we can increase the efficiency, and we can end up our projects in a better manner, and we can even handle the trigger events in the assets. For example, if you have any assets running, maybe let's say for a railway station, if there is any trigger event, maybe there is any incident, we can take a better decisions when we have data at our hand. So there is a good a very better way of increasing efficiencies. So now when we are speaking about all of this, like ISO 19650 series, entire series, what these documents are trying to achieve, what are its objectives, right? What we are looking forward to. So that's simple. Like as we discussed, it's more on an information management. For example, we have a couple of parties, right? Maybe A, right? And A is trying to ask a question to B. Now, there are multiple questions now. The first question arises from a B perspective, is that do I understand what A is trying to trying to convey the message? So that is the first point that we can stress on, right? To make the receiver of an information properly communicate whatever the A is trying intends to communicate, right? That's the first objective. That's what we're trying to achieve, to understand what someone like the employer is trying to tell us, right? Because we do not want to have any gap between the questions or information requirements. And at the same time, A should also give an information requirements or questions or the demands in a such a way that the B should be able to understand in a proper way. Okay, it should not be more complex than it's required, or it should not be it should be adequate, right? That's the second holistic objective of these documents. And these documents, this entire series is trying to bring out an unified approach from multiple parties that are involved in the project. So the idea is to ensure, we want to ensure that right people, right, wants to have a right information at the right time. So that's the whole idea behind these ISO 1950 series. So a couple of maybe statements that we can come up with that are way too important to stress on when we are considering these documents. So collaboration is the key thing when we are speaking about information management. Uh, uh, it is stressed in past like local documents in the UK as well, and the same concept is taken to the ISO 1950 series as well, right? Collaboration is the key. All the parties have to collaborate, and the better information management we have, the more we are going to encourage the collaboration between the parties, right? And we are also discussing about the maturity stages 1 and 2 and 3, like how the local standards were trying to visualize or trying to understand information management in local standards. Now how the ISO 1950 series tries to grasp what maturity stages mean. So we are going to discuss on that as well. And many of you might have heard like level 1, 2 and 3. So ISO 1950 tries to call this level 2 maturity as a BIM according to ISO 9650 series, right? Just to highlight that one. So before we jump into the discussions of principles and concepts of these documents, there are a couple of terms that are being generalized from a local market to the international market, right? So maybe supplier, we're going to call it as an appointing party, appointed party, because the supply is the one who is providing the information to the person who is in required of it, right? And maybe an employer, we're going to call it as an appointing party. We are going to use these terms while we discuss, just to get familiar with it. So we have in Indian context, like we have these terms, maybe a contract, we are going to say in an Indian market, like we are going to say a contract. But in ISO 1950 series, we are going to say it as an appointment, right? Just to generalize the terms. Employers information requirements turns to exchange information requirements, because employers information requirements is nothing but coming from a client side, right? So that term was very much specific to UK market. Now since we are looking at this document as a contract, we are going to say like exchange information requirements, because we describe a lot of the things that are required to be exchanged. So employers information requirements turns to exchange information requirements. And Dr. Amarnath has also already mentioned that level of information, right? LOD, level of definitions. We have many terms on this with in many countries. So in order to avoid the confusion on that, we have now a level of information need, which is comprised of 2 segments. We're going to see on that as well. So information, any data, right? Any data that is given a proper understanding, a structure, and we can communicate it easily. That's information that we are going to discuss. And information container is nothing but a unique file, maybe a lot of metadata attached to it, and it could contain a lot of information in many forms, like geometrical data, maybe a lot of PDF files. You can have model, you can have parametric modeling and all that stuff. So information model, the entire all the information that we gather, and at the end, if we are ending up with a good model, a good digital structure, that's nothing but an information model. And information requirement is what we're going to discuss a lot on, right? Information requirement, basically nothing but a question that addresses what, when, and how, and by whom information should be produced. So we're going to see on that a lot. So delivery phase, right? Maybe we have a project, right, on our minds. We want to have an asset, and in order to go to that asset on a physical ground, we need to go through construct it, right? So we are starting from assessment, right? We are starting from assessment to the project closeout, and after that we enter into an operational phase. Then we are going to enter into an operational phase. So this portion of your time of an asset is we are going to call it as a delivery phase. And when that asset is entering into its operational phase, right, we are going to use that asset. That's nothing but your operational phase. And appointment, as we discussed, is nothing but a contract. So these are the few terms that we are going to use a lot in ISO 19650 series, right? That might a bit confuse you, but we will get used to that, right? New terms. So basically, client or a building owner, we're going to call them as an appointing party, right? And a general contractor, we're going to say them as a lead appointed party, right? The client is nothing but appointing, and the general contractor we may have as a lead appointed parties, and many architectures, engineers, subcontractors, and teams under them are nothing but our task teams are appointed parties. And again, all of these parties in ISO 19650 are not mandatorily, there are no hard rules to follow, right? We can modify them according to our information requirements. So that's a good thing that we get from the ISO documents. So now, what are the main changes? If you are familiar with past documents, what are the main changes that we get to see if you are familiar with the past documents? So first one is about life cycle information principles, because past documents were very specific about a few of the stages in an asset, maybe a design stage, right, maybe a tender stage, something like that. Those were very specific. Now what we get to see is an holistic approach to our entire life cycle of an asset, right? So that's what more focus is on in these documents. And information management, this document is very clear about step-by-step approach, how the requirements should be addressed and how those should be satisfied with an information against information requirements. We are going to stress a lot on BIM maturity, right? Container based structure we're going to have, and we're going to speak about a lot of sophisticated information management also, right? BIM maturity, level of information need is modified, as we have seen, right? Common data environment is another very important part of this entire series, ISO series. So risk management is also there, updated one. Volume strategy, now earlier called as volume strategy, now we are going to call it as a federated strategy. Naming conventions, rules for them is also given, and what are the things that we can modify, what freedom do we have to modify this naming convention also. And the parties are lead appointed parties or appointing parties are modified as well. So these are the basic these are the topics that we get to see a lot of changes when we are transferring from local standards to ISO, right? So many of you, right, are familiar with this diagram, which shows a lot of about level 0, 1, 2, and 3 about BIM, right? Maybe at level 3 we are using a lot of sophisticated technology. Level 2, many are using lots of documents that are helping information management. So all of this, we have seen this diagram, we are familiar with it. So but we have got certain disadvantages, or else we can say drawbacks with this image, because it doesn't explain the entire context that we are speaking. So this diagram is replaced in ISO 19650 with the diagram that you see on the screen now. So this one is very interesting, because instead of saying a level 0, 1, 2, 3, and we are going to say stage 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3. And if you go from stage 1 to 3, we are basically increasing our ability to manage the information that we have from the projects during its delivery and in its operation. For example, if you have a very poor management on information at stage 1, we have very sophisticated technology to handle the data that we have. We are using lots of drones, maybe AR, VR applications. We are using cloud-based technology at stage 3. Maybe we are not at that stage, but that's what we are aiming for, right? So that's stage 3. The better the information management is, the better the BIM maturity we achieve, right, at stage 3. So At stage 1, we have national standards, right, with respect to their countries. Maybe UK, if you're speaking about past 1192 standards, and now these standards are generalized, internationalized, right? Maybe ISO 1 and 2 and 3 and 5, right now. Maybe if the market claims that we are at stage 2, then they are using lots of sophisticated information management at their projects. And if we see a technology layer, right, we have more or less similar kind of technology when we say stage 1 and 2, a little bit modified one, but not that sophisticated that we aim to achieve. And again, we have structured data, unstructured data, right, from the stage 1 and 2. But what interesting point at stage 2 is about the federated information model, where we are trying to have a lot of integrated models into our projects. And if you move from stage 1 and 1 to 3, obviously a lot of efficiencies in the projects, and it's going to benefit all the parties that are involved into the projects. So that's how we are going to see information management in stage wise. So since during this point of time, there are like ISO documents 1 and 2 and 3 and 5 are released, we're going to call it as stage 2 as BIM according to ISO 19650 series, which is a pretty lengthy name, but yes, that makes sense. So it's about this entire information management standards. So now the question is, where do we see this information management fits in our local procedure, conventional construction procedure that we see? Where do we see it, right? Where do we place information management in our system? That's the question, because it's an entire task in itself. So where do we fix it in our conventional method? So basically, if you scratch it from the zero, we are basically trying to understand, like there are a couple of organizations that they have their visions, right? And all of that visions to organization wants to achieve. In order to have them, they have their own organizational management at organizational level. So in order to achieve that, they are going to need some sort of physical asset, right? Maybe we want to have a better transportation system. Maybe to have that, we are going to have a lot of railway network. So railway stations and railway lines are nothing but our physical assets. Okay, so in order to have those physical assets, the client, right, wants to have a project first to build them, right? So for both of them, we have proper guidelines, that is ISO 55000 and ISO 21500, right? We have both standards for them as well. So since we have standards for all the three things, one is at an organizational level, and the second one is to manage an asset, right, portfolios and all, and the second one is to handle a project. We have got standards for that. So one common thing is among all these things is that all the three things are depend on one single thing, that is nothing but the data, right? The quality of the data. Better the quality of the data we have, the better we can manage it. But we do not have standards or guidelines or protocols on data. How do we collect the data? How do we manage it? How do we give a structure to our data, right? We do not know about all of that stuff. So that's where we see information management coming into picture, right? That's how we're going to see the information management. How do we handle it, right? So when we say information management, we have ISO documents, ISO 19650 series 1, 2, 3, 5 already published. Now, having these things done, if you try to look at from an asset perspective, okay, if you try to look at from an asset perspective, what we get to see is two segments basically. One is our delivery phase, and the second one is our operational phase. Delivery phase is nothing but starts from point A to C, right? And from C to A, we're going to say an operational phase. Maybe we are using a facility, we are using an asset. Maybe we want to construct more. Maybe we want to extend the construction. Again, we are going to take that asset into a delivery phase because it's under construction. So we can handle that. For example, I have a small illustration on the left side. If you're considering an airport, right, it's in operation phase, right? We're using the airport completely. Now, when we are using it, maybe we have a lot of information like how to operate it, the entire facility. Now, maybe the client wants to extend the airport because we have lots of traffic coming into the airport. Maybe we want to extend it. So maybe we require some data to extend the project. We're going to collect that data from operational phase to project phase, right, delivery phase. And then once it completes, then again, we are going to jump in back to operational phase. That's what the usual process would go. We're not really concerned about the project starting from the scratch, right? Maybe we'll have a time on that as well. So this is the basic, this is something to understand that where do we see information management in our conventional system, and how important for us to have information management, because if you don't have a proper data, and if you don't give a proper understanding or a structure to the data, we cannot make a better decision, well thought decisions. And when we cannot make our decisions properly, then we are running out of lots of chaos in the projects or in a operational this project, right, asset. So having this thing done, now the basic question is, what is information requirement? Because we are focusing a lot on the types of documents in information, this entire information management discussion. So what is information requirement? In a simple sense, we can say it's nothing but a question that desires to be answered, right? Eventually, so that we can make a decision. So information requirement is nothing but a question. Or in other terms, if you split in multiple sections, information requirement is nothing but satisfying for what, when, how, and for whom the information to be produced, right? So we have 4 sections on information requirements to discuss on. So the first one would be for what. So this basically this idea is basically for creating multiple types of information documents that we're going to see in our next slide. This is about a purpose. Why do we need the information? Why do we what decisions can we make, can we take when we get the information? That's what for what portion of the definition of information requirements is. Next one is when. On what time, on what date or an event, when do we deploy the information, right? Information requirement, that is the second portion of your information requirement. And how, like this how is what is going to gradually become your BIM execution plan, how we are going to deliver it, right? And this for what is directly linked to the many of the documents that we are going to see, that is OIR, exchange information requirements, or project information requirements, or asset information requirements. So these are the very small seeds that we end up with the big documents. And for whom, obviously, who is the receiver of the information? So information requirements should cover all the 4 questions that we see right now here. So having these things understood, information requirements, we are going to discuss a couple of classification so that we can understand what these documents are, right? These documents are nothing but information requirements. You can say these are the types of information requirements. Okay, so we can categorize them. So for example, if we are trying to understand how can we say high level and detailed information before we try to understand these OIR, PIR, and AR and ER, we'll try to categorize how these high level information requirements and detailed requirements, information requirements, come into picture. So when we are discussing the purpose, when we are discussing for what, if you're trying to satisfy that portion of an information requirement, that directly goes to the high level information requirements. What are the types of documents that we get in this category? OIR and PIR. So OIR is nothing but your organizational information requirement, and PIR is nothing but your project information requirements. Both the documents are high level information requirements. You don't have to put lots of details into it. but key things, but the key questions are required to be put in these two documents so that the rest of the things can be automatically taken care of, right? So those are your high level information requirements. This satisfies for what or the purpose of the information requirement or the question that we are trying to answer. And the next one, what we get is detailed information requirements. Here we are trying to address the information requirement, how we are going to deliver the information requirement. So we are going to get asset information requirement and exchange information requirements. Again, the firms have freedom to consider which documents to consider and which one not to, right? Maybe a client doesn't want to operate, maybe a client doesn't want to have a data at its operational phase. Then in that case, we are not really bothered about to have asset information requirement, right? We have freedom which one to go with, right? So so these are two categories. One is high level information requirements and detailed information requirements, and then we have outside and during the project delivery. Maybe before the construction start, we need to develop lots of documents. OIR and AIR are the one that needs to be built before the construction starts, right? No, maybe at a very initial stage of a life cycle, maybe assessment and need and so strategic development, all that stuff. And later on, we are going to have PIR and EIR. EIR is more like a contract kind of documents. So we have on those different types of information requirements. I hope that's clear, right? So OIR, again, organizational information requirement, project information requirement, asset information requirement, and exchange information requirement. PIR directly results into, sorry, this should be M, right? PIM, project information model. The information that we that we built during the project, right, from start to project closeout, and the information from an asset or the information that we require to operate a facility. So that's nothing but your asset information model. So OIR is high level, detailed, high leveled information requirement. We are speaking about lots of policy making or strategic objectives of a company or a firm, right? And AIR is nothing but a collective collection of information that we require to operate a facility. Okay, so this includes a lot of what are the information requirements about what kind of information do we need, like in what format do we need, all that stuff, right? And exchange information requirements, it's more like an appointment kind of document, and where we are going to write down like how do we want the information to be presented and what forms, like all that stuff. We have an entire checklist on all these documents and formats also, right? So project information, again, high level document, right? And specific for the project that we are interested in. And these are the two models, resulting models from an asset information requirement and project information requirement. So these are the four these are the four information requirement types. And we have seen types of information requirements as well. I hope that's done on that. And we have a couple of statements coming in, like how do we information management, how do we, for example, if a client or let's say appointing party is not so well managed, right? If they do not, if they lack expertise, they can always seek for the expertise. That's complete freedom is given to the appointing party. And another thing is that delivery phase of an asset should be expert in terms of project stages, right? Maybe information requirements we are presenting lots of questions, right, that desire to be answered, so that we can take a decision, right? So those questions, if are falling in delivery phase of an asset, we are going to express them in terms of project stages, maybe assessment and need, maybe a tender process, maybe a design process, right? We are going to categorize those information requirements based on the project stages. And if those information requirements, those questions are falling in an operational phase, then we are going to address them as a trigger events. So those are two highlights in the documents. And lead appointed party can also add their information requirements. That's another important highlight from the document, is that, for example, a client wants to have its information requirements to make a particular decision. Now the lead appointed party can add their own information requirements to have a well thought decision, right? That freedom is given to the lead appointed parties, maybe a general contractors, we can say. So now if we try to speak about information delivery cycle, basically speaking on how do we deliver the information. So till so far, what we have discussed is information requirements, questions, like how do we ask the questions, right? So now, how do we deliver the information delivery cycle? How do we plan the delivery cycle? So this portion now, information requirements, how question turn to information delivery cycle. Now information delivery cycle will turn to BIM execution plan in ISO 19650 part 2, right? We are going to extend that discussion to BIM execution plan. Basically it should address why do we need the information coming from the appointing party. Client should know why do we need the information. That's specifically pointed out or focused. And for whom do we deliver, that should be addressed. And if you have multiple parties for a same question, right, maybe a relevant parties, like whom do we assign? It's not like maybe an architectural data is given to a structural team. No, we need to decide who is the most relevant party, and that phase of a meeting has to be held when we are considering information management. And how do we exchange the information, like what are the terms that we agree upon commonly, and how do we implement common data environment. So all of these things should be considered when we are planning an information delivery. So basically we are stating what we want and we are planning how do we deliver it. We are going to deliver it, we are going to check them against exchange information requirements or the contract that we are signing, right? If it satisfies those information requirement, well and good. If not, we are getting back into the loop again. So again we are rectifying it, the information. So this image should tell us that how do we see the entire system, right? We have an appointing party at the top, right? Maybe a client, and they are ready with their information requirements. If they have expertise, they can present the information requirements all by themselves, or they can seek also. So all of these information requirements will be given to the lead appointed parties, maybe B1, B2, and B, and so on, right? We can have multiple lead appointed parties as well. And these lead appointed parties have their own appointed parties. A lot of freedom is given to appointed parties, task teams in the documents, because not so much mentioned in the document of ISO 19650 series about task teams. So all of these information requirements will flow from appointing party to the lead appointed party, and lead appointed parties can add their own information requirements. Adding those information requirements, the entire compile of information requirements will be passed down to the delivery teams, right? The task team that they have. So once the data is produced, maybe during the construction, the rate of data is high, extremely high. So once the data is produced, those will be authenticated, like those information will be checked against BIM execution plan, right? Against the delivery plan that we have produced. And once the lead appointed party check them, they will submit those information to the information requirements. Now the appointing party will check those information against the EIR, that is exchange requirements. So that's the cycle that we get to see. So having that information delivery thing done, so now what we can see is about federation strategy. Okay, and we are going to discuss on breakdown structure for information container structure that we have. So when we, in a simpler terms, when we say what federation strategy is, nothing, is just a compilation. For example, when we say federation strategy, what do we mean? Like, we are federating, we are compiling the information, right? So when for this point of time, we are building lots of models, right? Now our aim is to federate the entire bits of information, right? We want to have a cloud-based federated model so that the entire team of a project can work on. Obviously, we are not at that point right now. We don't have sophisticated technology right now, but we are on its way on, right? So that's what we mean, right? The same strategy was called as a volume strategy in past documents. Right now, we can have multiple, federated models deployed across the project. But our, what we are trying to achieve is that we would like to have a federated model where the information of a particular portion of a project is represented exactly in the model where it, where it align in the real on ground. So that's what we are focusing on, like federation strategy. And we have lots of examples about a metro or maybe a tall, super skyscraper. We have lots of examples of federation strategy, how we are going to build a model on that. So all of that checklist are now guidance in the ISO part 2, right, 9650 part 2. And having these things, federation strategy is considered by an appointing party, right? This is the approach that we're going to implement. In response to that, lead appointed party come up with its own information breakdown structure, right? So in response to the federation strategy that appointing party choose to go with, we have these many information breakdown structure. This is how we are going to build our BIM execution plan, right? We are going to structure our information delivery according to the federation strategy implemented by appointing body, right? So yeah, so here is another visual that should explain a lot on how do we have an federation's strategy. Maybe we are going to collect a lot of data, right, from all the parties. Maybe we are going to collect a lot of data from architectural department, maybe a geotechnical team is there, and we have got structural people, we have got MEP people and all the stuff, right? All the data is coming in. The data is coming in, and we don't have a structure to it. We don't have an understanding on the data. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the container breakdown structure, predetermined structure. So that structure we are going to use, and we're going to structure that entire data that we get from all the teams that are involved into the asset building. So once we structure it, now the data is categorized. Now what we can do is we have a federated strategy from the appointing party. We can fill the gaps, right? We can fill the gaps. So once we fill the gaps, we have an entire good federated data, federated model at the end, where we have lots of proper information management, right? We can access whatever the information that we are looking for easily, with lots of having a lot of security in mind. That is concepts taking from security portion of this ISO 19650 series. So we can use that strategy, that is a federation strategy, to implement information management at every level, maybe a planning, procurement, and for an entire life cycle of an asset. We can use this federation strategy plus information breakdown structure to have information management at its better use. So now what we would like to discuss is about information wastage, because we have lots of research coming in from some of the researchers based on information waste. right? A little peek into that, because if you try to focus on the pessimistic side of information generation, our minds are way more active than if we focus on optimistic side of information generation. If we focus on information waste, what we don't want to produce, that means we can consider the worst situation over here. Because first one is about exceedation of required level. We don't, for example, if we are considering LOD of like around 300 or 400, we do not want to produce more than that, just because we are good at producing information, and if it's not required, we are wasting our time, right? We do not want to produce more information. Doesn't matter like how it helps, but we do not require it, right? We do not want to exceed the information level. Okay, we do not want to produce more than required. And again, this should be coming from appointing party, as it mentioned in the documents clearly that appointing party must know to what level the information requirement is required. Okay, they have to like decide like what level do we need and what are the information requirements to be satisfied from the appointing party. So that should be very clear and extends beyond the scope, right? Again, we don't want to have information requirements more than required. For example, appointing party's duty is to create an information requirements. Now, the documents clearly specifies that lead appointed parties can add their own information requirements. So it's a right of a lead appointed party. Now, client shouldn't say that like these are the information requirements that lead appointed party needs. No, appointing party cannot be in the boots of lead appointed party, because that complicates the process, right? So that's about the beyond the scope, going beyond the scope, right? So we don't want to duplicate the information again, right? If some task team is working on a certain piece of information, maybe architectural team, we do not want structural people to reproduce it, maybe manipulate it, right? We don't want any of such thing, right? That's where we are focusing on passing the information requirement to the relevant parties, or else handling the information requirements to the required people at the required time, right? And we don't want any flaws in the information requirements, obviously. So that's about the information requirements. We are very much focused on information requirements in terms of information waste, right? We don't, because if we try to produce the information more than required, that will cause lots of problems, maybe time or maybe budget, something like that. And at the same time, if we underdevelop the information requirement, if we are not producing adequate information or a data, that means it poses a lot of risk. So when we have when we don't have an adequate information, then again the flaws are going to float. So next, what we have when we are considering a discussion on information wastage, that means we are going to have a lot of confusion on information detail, information development, is it right? Or is it an information definition or a geometry? So many of the countries are following different terms, so it's particular to those markets. But again, if we generalize it, and or else if you have a set of rules on it, it's easier to follow. Okay, it avoids lots of confusion. So we had a lot of level of detail, development, definition, geometry, so that poses a lot of confusion. Now ISO clearly mentions that let's avoid all of them, and let's have an information level of information which is of two parts: level of detail, where you have lots of geometrical data implemented in your container breakdown structure supported by federation strategy. Along with that, you also have level of information which contains a lot of metadata in your common data environment, right? Lots of documents, lots of maybe warranties, vendor information, lots of metadata attached to the core data that we want to use. So level of information about that. So that combinedly, we're going to call it a level of information. So that solves a lot of confusion and prevents a lot of data clashes and all that stuff. So that's a good step we can say when we are speaking about information, right? Handling it or managing it. So I believe many of you have seen this image, right? From a very famous BIM handbook. So this visual shows the parties that we have on board, right? In with the same aim of creating an asset and operating it at its best efficiency. So we have got many people from owner organizations, right? Facility users, the end product users, and owners, facility managers, and we have a lot of government agencies coming into the picture. We have contractors, right? Subcontractors, fabricators. We have architect, right? Architect. We have architect and designers, structural engineers. We also have estimators. The point is that we have humongous amounts of people on board to create an asset. And for example, if you take an analogy, right? If I want to eat a pizza, right? My first basic question would be like, what is the best restaurant that I get the best pizza, right? That is the simple question. That is my information requirements. In response to that, we have got thousands of ads coming from thousands of restaurants saying the same thing, that we have the best pizza in the market. So now there is an access of information. How do I decide? Right? This is an entire chaos. Like if I don't have a proper system of information, I cannot make a proper decision. So this is at a pizza level. And if you consider at a huge projects, right, huge assets to operate, so we can imagine the chaos that we can come up with. Maybe right now we have a lots of information management at a manual level, and if you try to automate it, then it's going to pose a lot of efficiency, right? So the question comes, how do we manage the data that we are producing? How do we give a structure to it, right? The data, how do we turn this data to information? How do we make well thought decisions on that? So when we are speaking about lots of data generation, right, we also need to speak about how do we handle the data, how do we manage the data. So when we are speaking about that, then we have very poor communication channels between the people that are engaged in the projects, right? We don't have a proper channels. We don't have a centralized system where we can communicate, easily in a most sophisticated way, or in a most automated way. If we have a cloud-based system for our communication, that would solve lots of problems. So that's where the common data environment comes into picture, right? We want to handle the data that we have, or that we are producing, or the data that we are using to operate a facility. All of that stuff can be managed at a centralized system, right? If you have a cloud-based, that's awesome. We are going to consider a lot of security perspective as well. Maybe we are using common data environment, but maybe at a manual level, or else we are using it at decentralized system. Like we have many common data systems, not just at one, but many, right? Again, if we speaking about only one common data environment at a centralized system, that is more towards moving from stage 2 to stage 3, that is information management. So common data environment solves many problems, right? Before we try to see its benefits, there are many definitions coming in to picture when we are mentioning common data environment. If you Google it, like you will get hundreds of definitions on this, like we do get on the meaning of BIM. So many would call it as a centralized mechanism system, or centralized process that drives the entire project, right? So the common data environment, according to ISO 19650, speaks about single source of truth. For example, there is a drawings are released, and that are passed down to the further teams, sub teams or task teams, and maybe suddenly there is an updation, right? We want to update it. So by the time we send the updation to the task team, they have started the work. Now we see that the updation is lagging behind. That means task team has to rework. So rework creates frustration. Again, that frustration leads to inefficiency, and inefficiency leads to time, and again the budget, and so on, right? So we are handling the problem at a very root level. So this is basically obviously to drive the entire project, but it should be a single source of information, so that the information flow can be handled at ease. We want to allow the information flow at its best, right? Having the security installed in a proper way, right? So basically we are using common data environment as a single source of information, and to collect, produce, and handle the data, to disseminate the data to the relevant parties. And we have got lots of features. Correct now we have lots of common data environment platforms that are cloud based. So we have got lots of options, like whom to allow the editing, like what information is only allowed for reviewing, or for used for reference. So we have got multiple options. All of them are mentioned in the guidance portion of ISO 19650 series, even in the part 2 as well, and even the delivery phase of an part 3 document as well. So we have an entire checklist as well, like what are the things that we are going to consider when we are going for a common data environment in a firm, right? Like what are the things, what are the strategy that we need to consider before we jump into getting in a common data environment and all that stuff. So the documents, the series ISO 19650 series basically structure this entire common data environment into 4 segments. So we have little modifications done in this ISO 19650 series when we compare it to the local, like national standards PAS 1192. Earlier we had an archive system attached only to a few segments. That means we missed lots of information flow. We couldn't track the information. We couldn't track the files that are moving between the departments in the asset building, either during its delivery phase or during its operational phase, right? So now in this documents, the archive folder or a container is attached to each and every portion portion of the common data environment. That means starting from its production of an information, starting from its model production, we have a track of information at every step of the way, right? That is that gives an advantage of using common data environment, because we never lose an credits of a piece of information, right? Author tag is always attached to the information that is produced. Maybe an architect model, we can always have an information, a metadata attached to it. So that's a good advantage of common data environment and the guidelines that are provided by this document. Maybe at the initial stages we have work in progress, right, where a lot of information is generating, right, starting from the strategy design phase and all the stuff. So once we produce it, we are going to check it against the information, right, the information delivery cycle that we decided on, right, lead appointed party decided, maybe a BIM execution plan, right? We are going to check against it. So once we check against it, if it satisfies, we are giving some portion of the information that we produce for sharing, right? That would act as a reference, right? So once that information is circulated, we can against at the lead appointed party can check it against and exchange information requirements, right? So to submit it to appointing party. Again, we have multiple terms, for example, contractual or a published piece of information that we get to discuss when we get deep into common data environment. We also discussed about like metadata. How do we transfer from one common data environment to the other common data environment if we are having multiple CD solutions in the project. So all of this piece of information that is generated, that is shared, that is used as a reference, all of this information, all of this data can be published once it's done, once it satisfies the information requirements, that is OIR, PIR, EIR, and all that stuff. All of this information, if the information satisfies all these documents, then we are going to publish the documents. We are going to say the information is contractual. Now all of this flow of information is archived, will be tracked down in an archived state, so that we can have a proper audit, so that we can have a proper lessons if we miss maybe in a previous projects. That helps a lot of good lessons to produce, and it helps to have a good information during an operational phase of an asset. Maybe we want to operate a facility, maybe we want to have a good, proper, well thought responses to the trigger events in facility. In that case, we are going to have a lot of information archived. So a lot of benefits that coming in from these documents when we implement common data environment. Quality, consistency is very good because we are tracking each and every piece of information. Single source of truth, that is the context of common data environment and the information management in the first place, right? Ownership is another important, that gives a lot of transparency, right? When we are using a lot of information, right? Easy exchange, because we are focusing a lot on interoperability between the technology that we are using, right? Many software solutions also, right? If you try to speak about interoperability, we are also moving towards that interoperability case. So enhance this, if we have a proper information exchange, that means we have a lot of collaboration, right? That indicates that's another parameter that we can check, use as a measure. So obviously efficiency will be taken care all by itself, and we are reducing the time in producing the information, because we are not really working on rework. We are not really going through the frustration because updates are on spot. So all of that problems will be taken care of, what we have studied in initial stages of this presentation, right? So all of these benefits that we have when we are following the guidelines, the entire guidelines of common data environment given in the ISO 19650 series, right? So now we do understand the structure that we get to see in this document, right? We have an appointing party, lead appointed parties. We have this their respective teams. We have got project teams, delivery teams, and task teams, right? We all do understand that entire structure. So having this structure, so now we also do understand how can we make the information flow between the parties. Now the document suggests, the document recommends that we're going to consider like 8 stages, right? As Dr. Amar has clearly mentioned, like maybe RIBA plan of work, we have got multiple stages. This document recognizes 8 stages, starting from assessment and need, invitation to tender, tender response, where we are going to present lots of BIM execution plan from different parties. Appointment is nothing but we are very much focused on exchange information requirements. Mobilization, collaborative production of information, where we are starting construction, right? Information model delivery, where we are submitting lots of information that we produce, and at the end project closeout. So these are 8 stages that we discuss when it comes to ISO 19650 series part 2, right, which is focusing on delivery, delivery phase of an asset. So here is a simplified version, right, from the document itself, where we are going to consider. If you consider this, the top figure over here, so we are considering information management at many different levels. Maybe at a project level, yes, we are considering it. At an appointment level, yes, we are considering it. If you are considering procurement, if you are discussing about procurement, yes, information management is very important. We are going to follow lots of tasks that are described in these documents for information management. We're going to follow that. We're going to, consider those steps. Maybe we can modify them, but we are going to focus on them. Maybe at the planning, even at the production stage. That means we are focusing information management at every level of the project, right? And the progression of model information as well, right? So yeah, this visual is referenced in taken back from the document itself. So now we have got something like, as we have discussed, like information management of this document, like part 2 is specifically about steps. What are the steps that we are going to follow? Clearly mentioned. What are the, for example, if you are going for assessment and need, or else if you are speaking for tender response or appointment, what are the steps we can follow, right? So this is a start symbol, and this is an end of one phase of a project stage. So we have got 8 stages, as we discussed in the previous slides, right? Starting from assessment and need, followed by invitation to tender, tender response, appointment, mobilization, production of an information, delivery, and its project closeout, right? So we have all these stages, and each stages has its own activities. So all of these circles that we see, right, sub activities, all of these activities are clearly mentioned, step-by-step procedure. How can we follow, right, are mentioned in part 2 of the entire series, right? For example, if you are at assessment and need, so at what time we are focusing on OIR document, right? How do we decide asset information requirements? Like whom do we appoint as information manager? Again, a role focused mentioned by Dr. Senthil in the first session. Like whom do we give a charge of information management? What is the federation strategy that we are going to discuss? What is the federation strategy that we are going to consider? And there are many steps. Like if we focus at an assessment and need, so each step we are going to follow. For example, 1.1, first we'll go for it. 1.2 and 1.3 and so on. We are going to follow a step-by-step procedure described by the document in the part 2 of the ISO 19650, and this follows for an entire all the stages, right? So basically, in the PIR, that is project information modeling requirement, we are having information requirements. We are having the contents of project information requirements in terms of stages, as we have discussed in the early slides. If we are discussing asset information requirements, these information would be mentioned in terms of trigger events, right? When the asset is in what we say, its operational phase. So we are going to consider all these steps, right? Maybe we can have a look at, for example, invitation to tender. So at this point, we are very much focusing on development of EIR, right? We are going to focus on development of EIR, and we are going to compile lots of information requirements that we develop for EIR. So once we put for invitation to tender, so there are lots of responses coming in from multiple parties. So each of these multiple parties will come up with their own BIM execution plans that we are going to see in coming slides, right? So this is about the 8 stages that this document recognizes, and each stages have their own subtopics to follow, and all of those topics can be modified, can be altered according to the needs of the firm or the market or the proper generalized method that all the parties agreed on. Now, here we have taken an example of a first stage, like assessment, right? Activities for assessment or invitation to tender, and to activities of tender response, right? Here we are going to speak a lot about BIM, right? BIM execution plan. Here we are going to speak a lot on EIR. Here we are going to speak a lot on at a strategic level, maybe OIR and high level information requirements that are nothing but your OIR and PIR, right? How do we carry out the projects? So all of that documents. So if you're considering only this activity right here, 1.2, it is mentioned over here. So right, we're going to appoint for an information management function, right? If you have multiple teams, multiple parties, what are the functions of information management concerned to those parties, right? Maybe an architectural team, what are the steps that architectural team can take when we are focusing on information management, right? Not just producing it, not just submitting it, like what are the steps that we can consider? So maybe information delivery milestones that we can set on, right? Project standards. So what are the standards that we are going to follow throughout the information production, and what are the standards that we are going to check the information deliverables against, right? So in what forms, in what formats and all that stuff, right? So maybe protocols we are going to consider during this time, and information production methods, all that stuff. And again, when we are saving 1.2, that means established project information requirements. These are the contents that we can consider for project information requirements. And again, we have subtopics of each content of each here topic in the document mentioned as a checklist kind of stuff and the steps, right? We are going to consider what are the key decision points that we need to set, how many key decision points we are going to consider, and what are the decisions that we will be taking in. So all of that would be explained in PIR, and all these steps are explained in ISO 19650 part 2, that is your delivery phase of an asset. So that's for steps when we are considering the specifications of documents. And you get to see, like, it's a bit confusing because we have got lots of information requirement types, and each information requirement types has got a lot of content, and those contents have lots of subtopics to be filled. And on top of that, we are going to consider federation strategy, information breakdown structure, and we have got lots of guidelines on common data environment and all that stuff. So it's a lot of confusing situation. And again, on top of that, we are going to decide MIDPs, right? How we are going to form them, what are the capabilities and capacities of the tasks and team that we are having, right? What are the additional information requirement that lead appointed party can come up with? So we have got a lot of activities to be done when we are considering information requirements. So it's a one way, it's an another chaos, right? So for that, we can categorize the entire life cycle procedure, right? Maybe a tender process, collectively we can call it, right? Tender process, where we are going to focus on these documents, appoint an information management function system, right? So in order to take care of it, we are going to have an information manager, a new role coming up. So we are going to have all of these stages taken care during the tender process, and we can develop the predetermined template for all of these documents, so that maybe a pilot project we can find a bit of resistance from the parties involved, but with the time it can be eased, right? And next we have a tender response, where we are going to speak about BIM execution plan, which is in a pre-stage, right? and we are going to end up, we are going to consider risk management, mobilization plan, tender response, and all that stuff. We're going to have checklist on that as well. What are the steps to be considered, right? And after after a tender invitation, we are going to coming up with lots of BIM execution plan with a post, right? Responsibility matrix, we are going to develop MIDPs, we are going to access capabilities and capacity of the task team that we are involving, and the appointment, and all those procedures. And entire procedure is given in the ISO 19650 part 2. So once we are done with it, we are going to use the entire structure that we decide on, right? So this entire structure we have decided. We have decided protocols, we have decided the information management functions, we have decided lots of documents, information requirements, right? We have exchange information requirement and at place. So what we are doing is, like, we are going to produce the information according to the protocols that we have set up, right? And at the end, we are going to have, since we have a common data environment at place, we can track the information so that we can, at the end, we can produce lots of lessons of the projects, of the information requirements, and we can use the data to transfer for asset information model. So the information that we use to operate information, so operate an facility or an operate an asset, which brings a lot of efficiency. Because if you look at it, like maybe a certain point, certain time period, we are going to construct an asset, and maybe for maximum portion of its an asset, we are going to be using it, right? We are operating it. So we are using a lot of budget in its project production. So maybe we can use a lot of data here. Okay, maybe we can use a lot of data over here that to produce information. So that's there. So, and it also we can also see that the role of appointing party in these stages is very high. Now the appointing party cannot say that, see, we cannot give predetermine a lot of proper well-structured information requirements. No, appointing party can come up with its information requirements, and lead appointed party and appointed parties have their role, major role, starting from tender response to project closeout. So that's about the structure. And at a holistic approach, if you try to see this entire discussion in a nutshell, can be represented, can be visualized in this single diagram, where the procedure of the discussion we had is following in a blue color, right? We are developing OIR, PIRs, high level information requirements, and then we are accessing, trying to get the capacity of the task team and their infrastructure, right? And those procedures. And here we are starting, if you have an existing information data that appointing party gives you, like a lead appointed party, then we have an existing data, then we can start high rate of information production. And maybe during its operation phase, maybe information production is there, but at a low rate. So so this is at a way more at a deeper discussion, like how do we exchange, how do we authenticate information production, and what are the parties involved, how do we exchange those, and how do we have key decision points. So all of that. So that's our simplified, what we say, simplified version of information exchange when we are considering ISO 19650 series, right? Defining information requirements, the same image is simplified. I think that would be easy to have a good understanding on the procedure that we are trying to understand, right? Team mobilization, production. So assessment and need, again, if you are going back to the operational phase, as we take then airport example, right? Project phases. Here you have an operational phases. This is an entire mechanism that drives the entire project, common data environment. So that's there, and we have got lots of resources. If any of us tries to learn about these documents, we have UK BIM framework, UK BIM alliances. All of these institutes came together to internationalize the UK national documents and generalize the entire standards for a global market. So we can refer these documents. So that's the presentation. So I hope that was helpful. So maybe, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. That is a great section. Now we have a question answering section. If you have any doubt, you can ask directly or you can post it on the chat box.
So good afternoon, sir. This is Venkatesh.
Okay.
Uh,
Hi.
so, yeah, hi. Actually, so we traditionally following some information exchange. If you look at big MNC companies, they are following some documentation exchange or something process. So when it is compared to this ISO 19650 information exchange process, how much is aligned with that one? And so like that.
Okay. Yeah. So we require to understand that these are specifically origins of these documents are from the Europe, and Europe is investing its time specifically in standardizing the process. And so recently, before the release of part 3 and 5 of this series, there were a bit of drawbacks of this documents, where it's not so much easy for us to align our conventional system into this ISO system, right? So because it requires a lot of sophisticated tech also, right, in terms of common data environment, or even if we speak about interoperability. So many of the firms are facing a lot of problems in understanding the context of the ISO document itself, right? So that poses a little bit of resistance. So considering those resistance during the release of document 3 and 5, the guidance documents of this series are given in a much better way now, just to reduce the resistance and just to align the conventional market that we have. So obviously in India, we do not at a stage like where we are really adopting these concepts, right? But in Europe market and some of the Western market, like in AEC sector, so they have started to use it, and the many good results are coming out of it, because we are going to see many case studies as well, hopefully in the next I think in the next session, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, it's taking a bit of time, but it's on its way on. And again, maybe during working on the part 4, we might get more documents for guiding us to implement these processes right now.
Yeah, thank you. So as a digital transformation strategist, so if you look at the Indian conditions, so how much alignment or something like that, what you feel personally?
Okay, specifically for Indian AEC sector, right? Yeah. Okay, we don't find, because many of the companies, like many of the construction firms are into the level 2 kind of thing, maturity, BIM maturity, and only for the international clients who are very much demanding to have a BIM as a mandate, right? So many of the projects that we take up in back here in India, the appointing party, that is client has to be very aware, like they need to be very aware, like they should be demanding that we would like to use good technology, and we would like to use a good information management system. If they demand, then it's a good approach to implement all of these concepts. For example, if we have a particular a contractor who has an international client, and they're demanding maybe say like a good level of a good BIM of a good maturity, then they can go for a good ISO standards and all that stuff. So since the appointing parties, maybe a client, are not so demanding, I mean to say, like they don't realize it, the advantages that we get through the BIM maturity. So in that context, like we are a little bit lagging behind. Again, there are some efforts coming in from India BIM Association, where the association is trying to push, trying to make, trying to spread a lot of awareness. What are the roles of an appointing party? Like how can we demand it? And like when can we expect the true ROI when we are considering BIM not just as a software solutions implemented for certain stages of life, but assets life, but in an holistic approach, as this document suggests, starting right from the assessment and need till the project close out. Then we have lots of data, maybe soft landings, another documents, and use that data to operate a facility so that we can handle the events in a better manner. So yes, there is less awareness from the appointing party, and so the lead appointed parties of Indian market also not so pushing, because there is no push from the client side. And if the client is an international and they're demanding it, then they're going for it. Yeah.
Thank you. So globally, we are using the PMI, Project Management Institute, or something like that.
Sir, we are about time reach. So shall we take it afterward once? You can post.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
And I would like to add, like in context of these, because I heard the same question from the previous session, that any good institute, place that we can learn a lot of about the BIM. BIM crew is the one who is BIM crew, and some of the other are the one who are very much involved into spreading the educational context of the BIM. So maybe you guys can use it, and if you guys get any queries on that, you can free to contact me. Yeah, would be happy to help. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you for this so much informative session.
Good afternoon. Welcome all. We are going to have another interesting session on the ISO 19650 standardization protocol. We have got a speaker who has got vast experience in this field, Mr. Bhushan Save. He's a BIM project manager, Asia Pacific region, NeilSoft Private Limited. He is a member of India and member of Focus Forum of Critical Utility Services. And Bhushan at NeilSoft Private Limited, serving as a BIM project manager, as I said, for Asia Pacific project for facade. He has implemented BIM in COLAS, Colas Rail Malaysia, for their metro project. First metro project in BIM level 2 implementation. He has worked on many landmark projects in US, France, Hong Kong, Macau, and Germany. He is actively contributing at several Digital Belt India initiatives. He is professional member of India BIM Association. He is also focused on digital transformation of Indian AECO sector. He is a member BIM at Governing Council of Focus, which is the Forum of Critical Utility Services, and you can search his name in any of the search engines. You could connect with them through Facebook, LinkedIn, or email that is mentioned here, and the phone number also mentioned. Yes, Mr. Bhushan, I mean, it's yours. We are happy to welcome you and then listen to you.
Hello guys, good afternoon. It's very nice to see all of you attending these sessions. It's really very important to know more about BIM in Indian market, because it's very much needed right now. It's a need of the time, we can say. So in previous session you have seen about ISO 19650. I'm going to continue more on that, and I will give you specifically project overview based upon a project, what you should actually do in your project. So the project I'm going to discuss here is very generic. We can take any project. There will be few examples of the documents in the presentation, which will be from my previous project, which was the metro project in MRT. So any questions regarding this, you can ask me at the end of the session. So when we talk about BIM, if you go to different countries, there is a different understanding about the BIM. And when you're talking about India or Asia Pacific, the BIM maturity is not that much, and the assumptions about BIM, that is a BIM software, is it a BIM process, it's not very very mature. So ISO, why we need an ISO for BIM? Particularly because there is, if we are talking about a BIM, there is no specific steps to carry out the particular project. Your steps can vary project by project, based upon the project need, based upon the infrastructure you have available, based upon the contractors, based upon your budget mainly. So for that, anyone can use their own processes. But to get everything into the streamline, ISO have given us a few basic steps and a few fundamental steps which we need to follow. And for that, we need ISO. For this, we have developed an ISO 19650 codes. So ISO 19650 is mainly about divided into 4 parts, which is part 1 is mainly concentrating about on the concepts and the principles of the project carry out. ISO 19650 part 2 is mainly focusing on delivery phases of the assets. ISO 19650 is mainly focused on the operational phase of the assets. That means once your construction is done and your project is now running through, and how you are going to operate the assets, and what you need to do during that process to carry out your project is mentioned over here. And 5 is about security. It is very important when we are talking about BIM. The BIM is mainly about the information, and the security of information is very important in order to keep the project running, keep the processes working, as well as the secrecy of your information if you are working on some DRDO projects, some government projects. So ISO 19650 gives you the guidance on that. In today's session, we are going to mainly concentrate on delivery phase, because if we are talking about from the Indian context, we mainly need to focus on how we can deliver our projects with help of BIM and with help of ISO 19650 guidelines. So in this session, we will be discussing more about part 1 and part 2. So this is the basic workflow. If you can see my screen, that this is the basic workflow. The first part, what you can see uh, is the initial preparation of the client, which he has to do before you ask call for a tender. And the second part is when the actual work goes on from contractor to contractor, main contractor, subcontractor, and everyone. So during last session, you might have heard a lot about OIR, PIR, AIR, EIR document, BEP document, risk register, mobilization plan. So all these documents are very important in this entire process, because these documents guides you how to carry out your project, what you need to do in that particular project, how it should go, what kind of manpower you need, what kind of skills you need to have. So all these details are incorporated in these documents, and these documents, you can say, a core of your process. So there are mainly two different documents you have. One is PIM and AIM. PIM is basically a project information model, which is a bit high level information. Mainly, this information gives you the information about your project, its finances, its legal issues, its any documentation you need to do for this project to be carry out. Mainly all the non-technical parts and a few technical parts are incorporated in this document. This document is very important for us to know the trigger points, of the project, where we can have potential issues. And once we have those potential issues, we can work on that at the initial stage of the project, which will help you to go your project more smoothly in the later stage of the project, where your operational phase is there. The second part, you can see it over here. Some of the documents. The documents you can see on the left side of the screen, which is OIR, PIR, EIR, and pre-BEP. All these documents are important at the initial stage of the phase, before you award the tenders. And the second part, which you can see, BEP, RM, which is responsibility matrix, TIDP, which is task information delivery plans, risk register, master information delivery plan. These all documents are important once your project has been started. So here you can see all the different documents, how they are going to work. So for OIR and PIR is the initial information, where interested parties, like a client, basically produces this information. Secondly, we have AIR and the EIR, which once you appoint a contractor, and or we can say GC, general contractor, or main contractor, they need to produce this. And then we have asset information model, which is in a broad language, you say your 3D model. And the project information model is the same, which with more non-graphical information. So and these are the deliverables. You get it from your subcontractors or the contractors. So this is how your project flows information wise. So once you have that, what your OIR should have is there are some basic information you should have in it, that how much time it's going to take, how much data you will create, how much money, like finance you will require for that, how much economically you need to invest. When we are talking about ROI, this is the questions you need to answer at your end when you are going to start a project. You need to think from a client's perspective, or if you are a client, you need to have this kind of answers before you start a project with BIM. And when you're thinking about it, when you want to create an EIR, which is employees information requirement, you need to have this information with you so that you can pass it on to your main contractor and then to your appointed parties and the subcontractors. So this document is there are some information provided. This is with reference to a Scottish future. They have given some information that what kind of or we can say a checklist that what kind of information you should have. So there are some checklists where you have established governance process, information, asset management strategies and plan. Then all these triggers for the asset information requirements. These triggers are very important for you to understand at the initial stage of projects, because these triggers are going to help you to automate your process, because these triggers are uh, uh, this trigger shows you at what point your which process going to be start in your project, as well as it helps you to recognize the risks in your process at very initial stage of the project. From a client's perspective, it is very important to know all these triggers, because it helps all those trigger points helps you to save your money in terms of time and in terms of your material cost. Now the second important document you have is asset information model. This asset information model is once we talk about project, what kind of assets you are going to use, what kind of information you need to extract out of this. Because few projects you need to have a lesser information, few projects you need to have a large information. If you're talking about building projects, you need lesser information regarding the assets. If you're talking about the metro projects, which is going to be a service for longer time, you need to have more information about your equipments, trains, for your maintenance purpose. So you need to have this asset information model very clear and very specifically defined in order to carry out the project, which helps you to design your project. Also, it helps you to not to have a redundant information in your models, so you can have your optimum model information and optimum use of that information for your project. So now I will give you the overview how you are starting a project. So if I'm a client, I'm owning the property. I wanted to start a project, so I'm a project owner. So how I should go with? So whenever you must have heard these nomenclatures in previous presentations regarding appointing party, lead appointing party, and appointed parties. So these are the different. These all parties have different roles. We can say when we say appointing party is always a project owner. When we say a lead appointing party is a general contractor or main contractor. And when we say appointed parties, those means the specific consultants like architects, structural consultants, MEP consultants, and their sub consultants. So each and everyone has their specific role in this entire project, and it has to be defined very clearly, the role, the timeline, the process through which they need to the project has to go. So when we are talking about this, it's a new project. So first, to start a new project from a BIM perspective, what you need to have. First, you need to have the information about the project, how it's going to be from a client's perspective, and that information is going to help you to establish your project requirements and your information requirements, which is going to be your project milestones later on. So once you have that information, you go to you start preparing your project information requirement, which we call a PIR document. This PIR document identifies the information needed to satisfy the strategic objectives at the key decision point during design and construction projects. So here, all these key decision points are going to be the triggers. So all these triggers are going to help us to take decisions on a correct time, and help us to understand the risks at those stages. So the purpose of this document is, to have the clear understanding about the needs of the project and what we are going to expect from the main contractor. So once we have the project information, then we need to incorporate in that the exchange information. How we need to standardize how the information is going to flow. We have seen one screenshot in previous presentation, where you have the communication goes in a web. It's not through one particular channel. So these are how information is going to flow from one contractor to another contractor, from main contractor to subcontractor. This has to be standardized. It has to be documented properly. Then the structuring and classification of the information. The structuring and classification of the information is when we are talking about the assets of the project. For example, when you are talking about the metro projects, and what information regarding the rolling stock, that means your trains are going to require. What information about your power supply divisions, like TPSs, transformers, rectifiers. What information you are going to get out of this. So this kind of a information you incorporate in this. Then you come to uh, line or LODs. LODs is level of detail. What detail you are going to incorporate in your model. It's always going to be different, because different information is required to carry out the project. So architect is going to give you some different information with different LODs. Structural consultant is going to give you some different information with different LODs, when we are talking about the initial stages of the project. So these LODs has to be defined very clearly in the document. So once this all the documents are ready with you, as a project owner, you establish all the protocols, all the methods, all the processes, all the reference documents ready with you. That means you're very clear with your project, what you're going to provide them as an input, and what you're expecting as an output. Then we can go for the next steps for appointing the people. So here are few examples I have prepared. I have put from my previous project. So in our previous project, this is the information we have put in our EIR, or we can say EIR document for the client, for the main contractor. So this particular document gives you a very deep information about the project and your expectations from the main contractor. Then this is one of the very important part in any BIM project, or any BIM level 2 project, is CDE. CDE is a common data environment. When you communicate to any party or any person in the project, it should go through CDE. CDE basically gives you the platform to communicate graphical information, non-graphical information, tender information, technical information, and everything is documented. We can have the different rules set for this. So for layman understanding, if you have heard about SAP implementation in any project, this CD is a very high level of SAP processes. Uh, just to give you an layman's language. So this is very important document common data environment. This is very important platform of the project. So you need to set these CDE protocols at the very initial stage of the project. You are going to be the owner of these CDE platform. So you will be the person who will give the rights to main contractors, subcontractors, and other contractors regarding the data, who can access which data, and you will be having overall view of the project. So this is one of the screenshot from our previous project, and you can see all this different folder structure, and it has its own approval process. So you can define your approval process. So here what you are seeing in revisions with P and W are different revisions with a different approval process and different stages of the project. Then once you have the entire information ready with you, uh, then you need to call for a tender procedures. So once you have people on board from your side, and then and you have all your PIR document ready, EIR document ready, then you call for a tender. This tender is basically to get on board the main contractor. So then you provide him information regarding what you are expecting out of this project, what you want to see, as in a final output, and how you wanted to carry out the project. So all these processes, protocols are there, and based upon that, you can ask for a tender, or you can invite for a you can give this tender invitations to the people. And once you have this information, based upon this all based upon all this information, you can review the tenders. Basically, uh, the tender requirement and evaluation criteria is, as you can see right now over here. So the required content of the beam execution plan, which we call as a pre-BEP, then competency and capability of the particular lead appointed party, then how the project delivery team will be mobilized and getting the resource and technology. So you need to make sure that uh, whatever your requirements are from the main contractors, are they able to cater with the team and the technology and the knowledge level they have. And once you have that, then based upon your previous trigger points, you need to able to um, communicate the risk points to the appointed party and the delivery team. So so this is how our project was uh, mapped. So MRTC was the client, the Metro Corporation. Then they have a PDP they call delivery partner, project delivery partner. Then they have different packages for underground works, and this is how it goes. So this was the appointing party, this was the lead appointing party, and the second one, which you can see in the green one, is the contractors or the main subcontractors. So once you have the tender response, then you appoint a lead appointed party. That means in this case a main contractor. Once you have the main contractor on board, you need to understand, you need to get the BIM execution plan from them. This BIM execution plan will give you an idea how your main contractor is going to work, how their intent to implement the BIM in their own in their own company, and how they are going to get the work done from the other contractors. So this gives you an idea about your next steps of the project. And Then with the lead contractor, you can establish the protocol for the subcontractors and their team mobilization plan and their project delivery plan. And with once you have this project delivery plan, this project delivery plan gives you an information about how your actual design is going to work, like mm, conceptual design, pre-conceptual design, final design, and the build construction. So these processes they will finalize in this segment with of course the main contractor. And once you have this, then you need to establish the risk register. With this uh, with this document, you can understand at the particular conceptual stage what are the trigger points and what are the proposed risks and how you are going to address those risks in the project. Once your design is matured, it goes to the next phase of your detailed design or maybe a final design. How those risks are there, what are the new risks are there, how you are going to address those, what are the trigger points for the next action. So this all data has to identified at this location at this point. And then once you have all these points with you from your main contractor, then you can go and get the onboard other subcontractors like architecture, structural, and MEP people. So this is one of the document we have prepared as a main contractor's beam execution plan. So in this particular document, you define what you are expecting from the subcontractors, like architects and structural ones. What are their capabilities should be? Who is going to be the point of contact? What things needs to be produced, what information they need to send, what are going to be the software platforms, and what are going to be the quality processes. So all this information is incorporated in this beam execution plan from the main contractor, and based upon this beam execution plan, um, the individual contractors or subcontractors has to prepare their own beam execution plan. That we will come to a later stage once we evolve from here. So in this BIM execution plan from a main contractor, we need to give what BIM manager is going to do, what main contractor's BIM manager is going to do, what coordinator is going to do, what BIM technician has to do, what a BIM content library manager has to do, how the information from one contractor to another contractor is going to move. Then what are the BIM responsibilities? This BIM responsibility matrix gives you the role each and every individual has to play in the project. And of course, the model sharing schedule, which is your project schedule or project delivery schedule. Once you have this above information, then you can plan your team's mobilization. Your team's mobilization means basically how you are going to recruit the team, how you are going to recruit the people, what kind of a competency they should have, what kind of a experience level they should have. So this once you have this team's mobilization plan, then you can go and appoint the um, concern people or maybe concern consultants. So once you have your appointed party ready, that means once you have your uh, architects, structural consultant, MEP consultant on board, now your entire project team is been finalized. Now you can actually start the project. You can actually start evolve your design from concept. You can start with your concept design, preparation of the models, preparation of the drawings. So at this point, once you appoint your contractors, in this case, I will take an example of structural consultant for just for sake. So once you have your structural consultant on board as an appointed party, then then we can start with their BEP. What their BEP is going to tell you. Uh, why we are concentrating a lot on BEP is because BEP is the document which gives you an idea of what you are going to do in this project. So each and everyone's role, each and everyone's responsibility, each and everyone's deliverables uh, are mentioned in their own beam execution plan. So when you're talking about pre-BEP is for the uh, you know uh, main contractor, not main contractor, the owner. Then you have the main contractor's BEP, where in which uh, the main contractor will tell you that how he is going to execute this project, how he is going to execute his responsibility. And then you have consultants appointed already. Now the consultant will tell you from his BIM execution plan that how he is going to carry out his responsibilities. And for example, a structural consultant will give you his BIM execution plan, in which he will give you the information that how he is going to play his role in this project as a structural consultant, how his team will be, who will be the people working in his team, BIM manager, BIM coordinator, then BIM modelers or BIM designers, whatever their folder structure is, and what softwares they are going to use, what communication protocol they are going to use, then what would be the file name nomenclature they are going to use, what codes they are going to use for this particular design. So all that information, technical, non-technical information, will be there in the individual consultants BEP. This BEP will be confirmed by the main contractor, and main contractor will make sure that this BEP is catering the EIR of the client. EIR means employer's information requirement. So these all the project requirements are catered, and this he will the main contractor will confirm that. And now once the document is ready with us, uh, approved document, then it's very simple. We just need to follow that documents and follow the steps uh, throughout the project in order to move the project very smoothly. One thing I would like to mention here is the BIM execution plan is very important document, because this document is a live document. When I say a live document, that means in any point of a time in the project, you come to know that okay, previously client has asked us to go through this process, but this process is not working, or there are some problems in the process, and we need to change the process. And so these risk points we have addressed, and now based upon those risk points, we need to do some minor changes in the process. So all those changes will be tracked down in the BIM execution plan, so that any point of time you need to know what has been changed and how it has been changed. You can go and refer your project execution plan, and you can get why we have changed the process, or what has been changed, and based upon that you need to change your drawing, or you need to change your design. So all this information is there in the BIM execution plan, and this is the live document. You need to change this, or you need to update this document throughout your project. So once you have your BIM execution plan, so once we have our BIM execution plan, I just give the example of the BIM execution plan we have prepared. So here you can see this particular BIM execution plan is specifically for the power supply and distribution system. So this BIM execution plan will have the same points as the previous or main contractor's BIM execution plan, but they will only concentrate on the power supply and distribution system. For this particular design, how the organization is going to carry out this work, it will be incorporated in this BIM execution plan. So now we come to mobilization. So this particular mobilization is for the individual consultant. In this case, a structural consultant. We say that how we are going to mobilize the resources, how we are going to mobilize the IT resources of the company, and how we are going to mobilize the information about project information. So these protocols we need to set. Uh, we need to set in this particular mobilization plan. This will give you an idea how many people or how many resources you are going to require for this particular project. This helps you to give you the entire project overview in terms of your finances and in terms of your project planning, in terms of your project execution planning. So this particular phase or this particular step is very important for all the project managers. So in okay, is there any question or it was just a noise?
Yeah, Dr. Bhushan, I mean, just a small information. If anybody is, switching on their mic, you have option to mute all, and you can unmute yourself and then continue this. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this particular mobilization is mobilization plan is very important from a project manager's perspective or a project leader's perspective to have the overview about your expenses. Uh, so this mobilization will give you how many engineers, how many drafters you need to have. What kind of a technologies they are going to use, number of softwares, number of licenses you need to have for CDE, number of IT equipments you need to have, whether you are going to use AR, VR, or you are going to use other technologies on site. So this particular mobilization plan will give you the overview about the resources and your assets to be used. This also helps you to develop the competency in the team. Whether you can understand my current team is going able to cater the project or not. If no, then what kind of a trainings I need to give to them, and what kind of upscale I need to do for my team. So this information you will get from the mobilization. Once you have the mobilization done, then you need to start with your project. You need to get the information. You need to get the information from the client. You need to work on your TDIP. Then you need to work on your production methods. Um, See, all this information is been already given in your project information plan by the client. You just need to align your in-house processes along with that. So this particular stage will give you an overview whether your current project state or current project methods are aligning with this particular project, or you need to do some changes in your methods. So this will help you to set a coordination process also along with the other parties. Then in this process, you need to see whether you are able to communicate with other subcontractors through the CDE platform. So you need to make sure that whatever information as a structural consultant you are producing, you are able to pass this information to architecture consultant and MEP consultant. If you are not able to pass on this information, and there will be an issue during your design evaluation or the coordination meeting, and then it will fail the entire process. So you need to check this process time to time, verify these processes time to time as a consulting party. If there are any issues regarding this, you can go and directly connect to the main contractor for this, and main contractor will have all the rights to to escalate these issues. Then you have the quality assurance check. Now once your project process flow is finalized, that means your communication with other parties has been finalized, your design team is already finalized, your processes, all the processes are already finalized, your requirements are already done, you have already started working on your projects. Now you need to think about your quality assurance. So these quality assurance methods and procedures are already given in your EIR or PIM documents. So based upon that, you need to create your in-house uh, checking processes, quality assurance processes. There will be a particular project standards. These project standards will vary from project to project based upon the client. So you need to prepare your own in-house quality process, and these all processes you need to track down for your BIM audits, and maybe if you are going for your ISO 19650 audit, you need to create this all the documents and create this all checklists. This will be in terms of 3D model. This will be in terms of your paper documents. This will be in terms of your minute of meetings. So all these documents has to be there under the quality assurance checklist. Then we come to a review information and approve for sharing. So this particular thing is very important in order to create a clear workflow. So when you are sharing something with other parties, there should be a proper protocol, or there should be a proper uh, way forward going. So normally in CDE, all those rules are already defined. When you are uploading some documents through CDE, there are normally three type of workflows, which is one is WIP, which is work in progress model. In this work in progress model, only the people who are working on the model or working on the particular document are able to see the document and access the document. Then it comes to share internal. When we say share internal, that means they are able to share their particular model or particular information with big consulting parties. For example, structural consultant share model, it is only shared with structural consultant, architectural consultant, and MEP consultant for their design coordination process. Once that coordination is done, your documents are finalized, then it comes to a shared external information. When you say shared external, it goes to a main consultant for your approval process. So in short, this is the same process you do for your drawings. In your drawings at the bottom, you have drawn by, checked by, and approved by. This is the same process you have inside the CDE, but at the higher level. So WIP approved means work in progress model approved by particular consultant. In this case, we are saying the structural consultant. When he says share internal, that means that model can be used by other consultants for their coordination purpose. And when he will share it externally, that means that model is now finalized from a structural consultant, cleared by other two consultants for their coordination. So there are no more clashes, no more issues, no more design issues, and that document is now with the client, main contractor, and the client for the approval process. So this is how the review and approval process goes, and everything is done automatically in CDE. So you don't need to do, though this process seems very difficult, or it's very difficult to listen, but it's very simple. It's done it automatically in common data environment, that we call CDE. Why this process is important, because when you talk about CDE, this information is always there on CDE. But when the people go and access that information based upon this WIP share internal or share external status, they come to know who is going to use this information. For example, if the information is in WIP, though you can access the model, though you can see the model, the other subcontractors are not supposed to use that information for their design purpose or their coordination purpose, because the information is not fulfilled and is not approved by the concern client or concerned consultant. So this workflow is very important. So this workflow you know mention in your BEP. These workflows are given in BS 1192 and PS 1192 workflows. Uh, these these uh, this workflow is also given in the collaboration strategy. You mention that in your collaboration strategy. Also, the process is mentioned in CD document. You can see over here that CD collaboration implementation methodology. So it helps you to track down your quality, and it helps you to track down your project progress. And once you have once you have finalized your information, once you're done with your modeling, once you're done with your designing, then you need to submit your model, submit your information model to for the final authorization. So once you prepare your model in WIP, you pass this model to other contractors for your coordination purpose. You carry out your coordination to and fro processes. You finalize your model, then you are sharing it externally. Sharing it externally means that model goes to main contractor to check with. What main contractor will check is whether you have provided enough information, whether you have provided an information mentioned in your as per mentioned in your BEP, and he will check whether your models or drawings or whatever documents you are providing are as per the project guide. That means they are fulfilling the project requirements. And once it is finalized, it will go to a main contractor or the client. This will be your final delivery. So once you finalize this, these are a few screenshots when you prepare your final model. So this was the just let me see. Yeah, this was the BSS bulk substation model from one of the metro projects I worked on. This is the final model, where in this particular model you have all the graphical and non-graphical information, all the supplier information, manufacturer information, all the asset classification for the operation team later on, all the maintenance schedule, all the maintenance procedures, everything, all the graphical and non-graphical information is in this model now. And then you transfer this information to main contractor to have a look, and the client to have a look for the final approval. So you can see it over here, a few of the examples. And these particular documents are going to be your final submission documents in CD. Once you finalize all the documents in CD, that's going to be your final delivery and to your appointing party. So this is how you are going to uh, finalize your particular project. No matter if it is a small project or a big project. If you are carrying out the project with help of BIM level 2, you need to go through these processes. These all processes are mentioned in ISO document. The content of all these documents may vary based upon your project, your requirement, your budget, but the process flow is going to be the same. So yeah, that is from my side regarding this, how you can carry out, or what you need to do, carry out the project with help of ISO 19650 processes. So any questions, you are free to ask. I'll try to answer your questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Bhushan. And I have some questions.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you are implementing all those things, because all this definition of this data drops happens yeah, with the different stakeholders, right?
Yes.
So for example, as an owner, I have got some limitations on what the contractor is going to give in a shop drawing level detail and all. I can define, okay, this is the detail I require. But some of the design data, he is going to design it later on, right? The general contractor will design it later on.
Yes.
So what kind of a challenges that you have encountered, and how did you come up with that?
Normally, if your project is a design and build, you face this kind of challenges, and that's why I keep emphasizing on BEP, because this BEP is a live document. Whatever changes you are doing inside your processes are going to be identified into that BIM execution plan. So as you are saying, you can, when you are appointing a main contractor, you give him a set of information which you are expecting out of your subcontractors. So it is main contractor's duty to make sure that he caters, or he makes sure that whatever information as a project owner you are required, you are getting from it. And whenever there are some changes regarding the design, regarding design changes, uh, as I said, when we define the entire process, we keep those trigger points based upon, that is where the experience of the lead appointing party, means your main contractor, and comes into picture. He needs to identify those trigger points as well as the risks at those points. There are two type of things in this process. These risks are, you can identify these risks based upon your previous experience, your main contractor's previous experience, and secondly, there are some issues which will arise uh, during the course of the period, which you cannot identify previously. So we can say there are seen problems, or seen issues and unseen issues. So when you are carrying out this entire process, when you have some limitations to see what they are going to give you, at the same time, as I said, there are some seen problems and unseen problems. You need to identify those issues. Maybe if there are 10 issues, you can identify only 5 issues. You need to make sure that you have some alternate solutions for that, because you have already identified the risks in the design, or identify the risks in the process. So you need to work on that. That's why you are maintaining that risk register. And then there are some issues which will arise due to local conditions, or due to some unavoidable issues. So those problems you need to handle at that particular location, or at that particular time. But when you're talking about the information that how they will give you the detailed information or they change some design, so these issues are normally you can foresee before when you detail study your design, and you can mention those um, problems in your risk register, and you can keep overview of that risk register. This risk register is maintained by the main contractor, and they are supposed to give you the frequent update about those, because all these risk points are directly connected to your finance commercial issues.
Right. And one more question which I have, if you allow me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So this is about the definition of all those details at the construction level. Like, I mean, we said that, okay, you submit LOD 400 level to us, right? The quality audit typically happens, and there are some issues which pops up, always conflict between what the contractor is providing and what the quality audit people is giving as a kind of a auditor report. You know, they used to say that, okay, we have mentioned about 25 mm and below items will not be mentioned, or detailed in the drawing or in the model. But I may require some of the component which are of size 25 mm, but still I require this to be reflected in the model. Right. So how did you actually deal all those things? So do we need to typically mention exceptions in the beginning, or it is kind of a universal standard that we can say, okay, this is something which will come.
No.
This is something because, yeah.
No, there is no such a standard. This you have to mention at the tender stage. So when we appoint a main contractor, and from a main contractor we are now calling for a tenders for subcontractors or individual contractors. At that stage, you need to mention this. I give you an example of this metro project I worked on. So in that, we were not supposed to give detailed drawings about the cables and terminations less than 30 mm 30 mm dia. So anything below than 30 to 30 mm dia, we are not supposed to give them any details. But any cable more than 30 mm die, we were supposed to give them all the information, like cable bending length, total length, cable bending length, what kind of a termination you are going to use, what are the manufacturers you are going to use for the connectors. So all this information is already mentioned in the contract. So it is very specifically drafted contract, because if it is not specified at this contractual stage, then it creates a problem later on, because then you are giving your subcontractor that he can pretend, or he can read in his view that how what data you need to give him. So when you're talking about LOD, you can have the general information from all these or general requirements from all these documents, but you need to mention very clearly if you need to do if you have such issue, like whatever 25 mm downwards or 25 cm downwards, you're not going to give the information about that particular part. So these are the specific, and these are the project specific. So you cannot use from the previous project. These things, when you appoint a particular main contractor, uh, with main contractor, you need to discuss this and finalize the draft for the uh, um, other individual contractors, and you need to mention this, because if you do not mention it, they can they can pretend what they want, and then there will be issues in your quality and in your delivery.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. There are some questions in the chat. I think we can read and then can answer it. Bhushan, can you see that?
I'm just going through it. Okay, he's asking for the contact number.
You can unshare the screen and you can see the chat at the bottom. You can unshare your screen. Your screen is still shared.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can see. I can see the chat.
Yeah.
I can see the chat now. So there's only one question, sir. Can
Yes.
you elaborate a little bit how BEP and BIM model coordinate, vice versa? This is from Mr. Venkatesh. Mr. Venkatesh, can you just tell me what exactly you want when you say BEP and BIM model coordinate?
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So BIM execution, while preparing a BIM execution plan, we won't miss some of the items or some of things. We can't plan everything in the construction field. So we don't know the availability of materials or something, some things. So resources, I can say.
No,
resources required for the project.
Yeah, for construction perspective, okay, you have one more document called construction management plan. Okay, when you are talking about your mobilization, okay, so you have your construction management plan. You cannot have the information regarding the materials, yes, for sure. But when you are preparing your model at the concept stage, you all the teams, all the projects, mainly it works that way. They will take BOQ, a rough BOQ with maybe 10-15% BOQ. And for the material, and already they will have the similar thing for the manpower also. So when you have your construction management plan, it will have basic number of based upon how much square foot you are going to build, and based upon your plan, that when you are going to put which slab and how much you are going to cover in that. Based upon that, you have a rough estimation of number of people. That is always done in all the construction projects. So that rough estimation you always have in your construction management plan. You just need to put it inside your document initially. And as I said, this BEP is always a dynamic document. So once you get to a final design stage, and you are now about to start your construction, and you came to know, okay, now my people are increased by, say, I need more 30 members on board, then you can add that before you start your construction. Is this what you want?
Yeah, got it. So because in the construction projects it takes so much time, 5 years, 6 years, we don't know, 2 to 3 years. So during that time there are a lot of uncertainties there.
Yes. So these uncertainties, I will tell you, these uncertainties are based upon the document we maintain, which is called a risk register. This risk register is not only for the design, is also for the construction, is also for the process. It's not only this, the risks covered in this risk register are not only the design ones. The risks are also what kind of equipments you are going to use. Like for 5 years project, if you start with, I give you a very lively example. Is when you start your project, you start with, for example, Revit 2018. Okay, at the end of your project, your 2018 is obsolete. Now you start with 2021 or 2022. Okay, so whatever information you have prepared in Revit 2018 has to transfer to Revit 2022. So so we are not sure what information you will be able to transfer from one version to another version. How much information you will lose. So that is a risk. You need to identify that risk at the start of the project. You need to keep mention that risk in your risk register, and you need to keep track of it. At the same, you need to have you will be having your basic planning of your people. Like say if you have planned your basic when you're tendering, you plan for 150 people, 150 of your people for your construction. Your project is 5 years project, so you need to identify the risk factors, where the risks are going to be, at what time I'm going to have the maximum time of maximum work. That time maybe I will require more people. What time I'll be having the low amount of work. That time I will be having I will be needing less people, and the rest people will be sitting idle, or they will not be having work. So this kind of a things you need to, based upon your previous experience and based upon your previous projects, you need to identify and mention in your risk register, because these are going to be the potential risk over the period of time.
Yeah, yes, sir. Same. Thank you very much.
Is there any more questions from anyone? I will just mention my mobile number and email ID. If anyone has an issues regarding BIM implementation in any of their project, you guys can contact me anytime.
Okay, if there are no more questions, and I would like to thank Bhushan for his wonderful presentation about the ISO 19650 implementation in project setup. It is understood that the starting point of this is from the owner, that he has to envisage what he is going to get, and then it is slowly passed to the contractor and then coming back to the owner. I hope everybody enjoyed today's sessions as well. It is all about standardization and ISO standards. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. We are going to have more discussion about CDE, Common Data Environment. And we have got some interesting case studies. Some 2-3 case studies are going to be discussed. So one of the case studies are our case studies, IITPalakkad case study. So I hope that will be interesting to listen to you guys as well. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.